It's Urza. You see my face? Yes, you can. Oh, hello! Hello, everybody, previous viewers in the future, and Urza right now. Let me mute myself because there we go. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all that jazz. Introduction. This is basically me, instead of doing the whole Q&A thing where I rebuild my Tetris and answer questions and then take 3 months to edit it. I decided to do this because it's less work. Well, it's less editing for me. So what's going to happen is it's just going to be sprints, and then I'm going to be doing the thing, and then I have these headphones on because it is easier to hear and see, or hear and speak into these rather than using something else, because once I take down the Tetris, sound gets really, really wonky. So that's why I'm using these currently. I do have other guests that are coming, but it's kind of like a drop in, drop out type of thing because I don't know how long I'm going to be here. So, yay! How you doing today, Urza? What you reading? Or everybody else? There's more people watching. Hi. What's everybody reading? What's everybody been up to? I say this as I start doing things, and then once Kate or somebody else gets here, we'll probably do formal sprints. I see. That's battery. Sweet. That's book 3, right? Yes. I should look at the actual copies that I have. How are you liking? Yes, that's book 3. How are you liking that? The whatchamacadoodle? Yeah, I know the words. Wheel of Time. How are you liking Wheel of Time so far? Hi, Anitha. How's it going? Don't do that. Book 4. Is it book 4? Oh, that's right. I was looking at the thing and I saw only 3 books because somebody borrowed my copy of The Eye of the World. That's what happened. That's good. Yeah, this never happens to me, Urza. That's an accomplishment. How do you keep yourself from being so overwhelmed, Urza? How do you make good time management decisions? Please give us your wisdom. And then you. Right there. You're going to stay there. Nope, you're going to stay. That's a book. That's one that fell. I'm sorry. That will happen, Anitha, but it'll happen in a bit, and you guys won't see them all over the floor. You'll just see a blank wall for a hot minute as I move everything around. It's really what's going to happen. Yes, things are falling down. That's going to happen a little bit throughout this at some point. Sorry. Darkness Forged in Fire. Whoopsies. There's the camera. By Chris Evans, not Captain America. I don't know if I've made that joke before. Yes, Hermes' hat is alive and kicking. Doesn't fit on the thing, though. Dang, Urza, what's it like? You're just bathing in all the glory of just being amazing at reading and estimating yourself exactly how you need to be. Oh, this is Flintlock, by the way. I think it's on Alan's list, his Quest for Flintlock list. Yeah. I found this book in the thrift store, of all places, and I was attracted by the fact that it had sword on its cover. It's and of course Chris Evans, and the fact it's called Book 1 of the Iron Elves. That just sounds like an interesting concept. Don't know when I'll read it, though. I do need to take off some of these stickers, but I think running a hairdryer on stream would probably be not good for the sound, I would think. I did take down some of my other, because I have another bookshelf or two around, but all of my Tchaikovsky books have been sitting on other bookshelves, so I'm going to put them in the Tetris this time, so people can see them. Yes, I am. It's 1,000 Names is like all the way up there. I don't think you can even see it. No, you can't even see Black Tongue Thief. Yeah. Let's see here. Can I tilt this up a little bit? Yeah, that's the true top. Whatchamacallit. As far as I know, Anitha, and I'm standing on my tippy toes just to be in frame right now, which is actually kind of funny, that it is like Tolkien-ish elves, but like the elves have guns. So the Iron Elves are a contingent of elves that are shamed, I think, and they went off and joined the human armies. And the human armies, because humans are smart and change, have bang bangs. So the elves got firearms, and there's like a big wizard trying to end the world. This question as well, Urza. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. What's some of your favorites? Yes, this happens. I've heard about it, but I never actually like bought it, and then I bought the entire series because I just commit to read-alongs with Alan because I trust his reading judgment. Like, Alan is one of two people that I can almost guarantee that I will like the books if I read them. Because of just, I don't know. We like different things, but a lot of the books that I've read with Alan or around Alan, because of Alan, I like them a lot. 1,000 Names is Kingdom of Death. Yes, that is book 4 in Sun Eater. Where's that Book of the New Sun? No, it's Sun Eater. It's so weird that Book of the New Sun and Sun Eater have been going around as series that I've been hearing people reading. It's just confusing. And then I actually have another book around called Book of the Faded Sun. It's super confusing. Yes, it has been a fun read. I'm reading Voyage of the Basilisk this month, and then I have Sun Eater is so good. I've heard lots of things. Ooh, we have a person. We have another person. It's Kate.
Hello. I was going to be like, let me in.
It's okay.
I'm a little late. I was taking my dogs for a walk, and now they're exhausted. So am I.
It happens. Dogs are exhausting.
I know they are. They're also old, and I think I walked them for too long. But Kai, I just added Book of the New Sun to a reading list of mine because I saw that it was classified as dystopian in some circles. You can tell me if that's correct or incorrect because my list that it's on is all dystopian novels. So go let me know what's up. Hi, Anita.
Yes, dude. Nine Fox Gambit is so good. It's like Is
it like old school sci-fi?
I haven't read enough old school sci-fi to like tell you if it's old school. I don't think it is. It's very. The world reminds me of definitely. I mean the words. The author is Asian, so there's a lot of little Asian inspired things. Like there's a heavy family focus. Like everything is very, hey, what family are you in? And like the entire system is based on which family you're in and changing the families, all that jazz. But also just like every paragraph, there's like something new that they're saying, and you can like be like, what's going on?
So it's a really compelling read because you just have to keep going.
I'm only like 3 chapters in, and I feel like there's so much that I know, and it wasn't like info dumped whatsoever.
Ooh.
Like zero info dumping.
Emailing me that.
Say what?
I said thank you for emailing me the link. I
no problem.
you. I'm looking it up right now. 9 Fox Gambit.
Yeah, it's definitely heavy science from what I can tell. Like, I don't even know how their weapons work and how it's really interesting. It has something to do with time and psychics, I think. I don't know. I need to like send Angela a Voxer message and gush about all the things that I'm just like, oh my gosh, I think this, but don't tell me, please don't tell me, because that's like half the fun.
I might have to pick this one up. I just decided that now that I only have one more class, Pete. I have one more class and then I'm done with my first year, and that's insane. As of right now, I am halfway done with my didactic portion of med school, because you take one less class second year because you have to study for our first board exam. So I'm halfway done with my classroom stuff, and I'm just like, what? I just found out that I passed my class like 15 minutes ago. So
nice.
I am.
You should change your channel name every time you get like another 8th done or something.
Actually, I'm almost 1/4 now.
You're 1/4 of a doctor once you get done with this first year.
Don't jinx me. Yes.
You should change it to almost 1/4 a doctor.
Thank you, Erna. I'll probably do some sort of like fun celebratory video when I'm done. I have to do this weekend is going to be filming and editing like a lot because I have like 7 videos that I filmed that I have to edit that need to come out. Nice. Like a tag that you tagged me in. Like,
oh my, I tagged you in a tag. I forget who I tag in tags. So like,
it was the not a book tag.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
that's a fun one.
And then I have to do my BookTube anniversary tag because April 16th was my 1 year.
Oh, yay.
I didn't get to celebrate it because I was in the middle of cardio. So
I don't remember. Did I do that tag?
I think you did. You must have.
I think I did some sort of, hey, I've been on BookTube for 1 year video, but I don't know if I actually did that tag. Who knows?
I was reminded because I was tagged by Adrian. Because we both started our channels around the same time.
I forget who started around the same time as I did.
When did you start?
Let me see if I remember. No. I started end of October.
You have the look of my brain is malfunctioning right now. My
brain is very much malfunctioning. I need food and my pizza's on the way.
How much energy drink have you had today?
Barely any.
Okay. Is that an energy drink? It looks like an energy drink.
It is an energy drink. It's okay. So the new thing I've been doing is C4.
Oh.
Because Monster Energy is unhealthy. And this is actually Starburst flavored.
Pete, I hate to break it to you. All of them are unhealthy.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't drink one a day. I drink like half or a third of a day.
I mean, that's better.
Yeah. That's better. I did see you tag me in it. I put it on my watch later. I have to go watch it. And then I also have to record it because I have like a list of tags.
I have like 10 plus tags that I have been tagged in that I might just like sprinkle in across the summer. Because I just haven't been able to keep up. Jake just tagged me in his Led Zeppelin tag. So I got to do that.
Yeah, I think, did he tag me in that one? He told me he was going to tag me in one. I don't think it's, I need to, I'm sorry, Urza. I'm sorry you can't have pizza. I have like 5 in my backlog right now, and I do them. One of which you tagged me in ages ago.
I did? Yes.
Yeah.
Do it.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine tag.
Oh, yes. I might try to learn like the beginning of Stairway to Heaven before I do the the Led Zeppelin tag, so I can, because he does all this drumming stuff and I can't drum. So.
I mean, not everybody can drum. If you drum, you drum. I don't know where I was going with that.
The energy drink is getting to your head.
No, this is the tiredness getting to my head. I start sentences and don't know what's happening.
I will say, I have not played guitar on BookTube yet, and there will be a clip of me playing at the end of the tag that you tagged me in. So.
Oh, awesome! Yeah. Not for the I can't have no for the guitar part. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is something that afflicts so much of our populace.
Because the concept of drinking milk that doesn't belong to your own species is weird.
I mean,
it's not normal.
Do we want to just like do like tender as the flesh type of thing and start milking women and turn that into an industry? That's
My weird. Walked out while you said that. It just gave me the weirdest look in the world.
You know, you say this always when I just happen to walk out and hear you guys is when you say the weird things. But that happens like every time.
This is true.
I'm sorry. I'm tired, so it came out weirder than I intended.
No, but the weird thing is that actually happens in the book, so like you're not off. I was just so my med school big went on a walk with me today, and I was trying to tell her about Tender as the Flesh because it is the most horrible but one of the most interesting books I've ever read, like I said the other day. And it just like every time I try to explain it to someone, it just comes out so wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Like my whole brain concept was like, what if we had like a buyback program? So like if you were lactating but like you weren't breastfeeding your baby anymore, you were able to like sell it to the government or something and it'd go into like a whole thingamajigger. But that's like it's unrealistic. It's still kind of weird.
Urza, it is not Stephen Graham Jones. It is an Argentinian author whose name I can't pronounce. I'll probably have a thing on my channel about it. It is about a futuristic Earth where a virus has infected like every animal and it's deadly to humans. And so you can't eat any animals. And so instead of turning, vegan or whatnot, the collective world governments have decided that it's okay to breed and slaughter humans for meat. But they don't call them people. You're not allowed to call them people. It's very complicated. It's very weird. If you don't think you'll be grossed out by it, I highly recommend it because the themes touched on in the book are amazing, but it is also super weird. Yes, it's the one that Evie read. And now I will be done talking about that book because
I don't
a lot of people. So
I have to be in a very specific mindset, like a very happy mindset to read that so I don't get super depressed.
That's why I'm reading this now.
Yeah, actually, where is it?
I just need happy.
I have that too somewhere.
Yes.
I'm not
it's so
reading it
cute.
yet.
I'm just over 100 pages in, and it's just like wholesome as heck, and I love it, and it's so cute. So, yeah, Evie and I have been talking about it a lot. I've been debating about whether or not I want to actually do like a full review on it on my channel because I'm like,
do it.
Will it turn people off? Like,
look. One.
Urza.
I was about to make several points. One, people will come to see that review after they've watched other things. Two, you're a doctor, so doing something with the word flesh in it is kind of like thematic.
Yes, it is.
So like you should totally do a review on it. Mainly because of that second one.
Mm-hmm. There's also like a lot of parallels to like things that have been brought up in conversations throughout the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
But this book was written back in 2017 before COVID was a thing.
Yeah.
So like the idea of whether or not the government engineered this virus so that they could combat overpopulation is just like, yeah, it's crazy. But,
I mean, it's something I can see China doing. The government, not the people. Like, let's be fair. My dislike when I say China is of the government. Like, the government is an absolute piece of crap. Mm-hmm. I'm going to keep saying that online until they come after me. And if they come after me, yay.
I will alert the proper authority is the vigilante authority is if you get taken away in a dark van somewhere.
NSA, listen up.
Oh gosh, have you seen V for Vendetta?
I have seen V for Vendetta.
I just whenever I think of that, whenever I say something like that or joke about being on a government watch list, I just think about like the vans that would troll around in that movie and like come after people because they can listen to everything.
Yeah, it's wild.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Pizza's not here yet. No. Oh. I was closing the door.
Trust
me, you'll hear.
Oh, the dog will go.
Yeah, the dog will be my doorbell.
So I've decided that May counts as part of the summer because I need more time in the summer.
Okay.
So I am going to read Gardens of the Moon.
That's fine. Just don't binge everything. I'm warning you.
I'm going to try.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. I actually just had another friend of mine who has been watching my real life. You're real, but like somebody who lives around me that I've been friends with for years start reading some of the books from my channel. Like he just read Gardens of the Moon. He just read Shadow and Summer. He's reading Scythe, but I didn't recommend that to him. He was just like, ooh, death, that's a vibe.
Scythe?
But, yeah.
Scythe is on my list of dystopian novels that I want to read.
I was supposed to read it, and I didn't.
I think it'll be actually really good. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole trilogy, but I'm very intrigued by this concept.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But I want to I'm doing like a whole series where I read a bunch of dystopian stuff, so.
Do it. It'll be fun.
It's on my list.
My pizza's arriving, so I'll be back. Kate, you get to entertain everybody.
I will entertain everyone, yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. You just made me smaller, though.
I'm working on it.
You've DNF'd Gardens of the Moon? Wow, I'm intrigued as to, is there like a TLDR version of why, without being spoilery? Because I'd be very intrigued. But yeah, I'm reading Legends and Lattes, which is just super cute, and then I'm going to finish Elantris, and I haven't not finished it because I don't like it. Like I love it. It's Brandon Sanderson. I just have had a hard time picking it up in between studying and stuff because I need like longer periods of time to read Sanderson, and this will be the only time I bring up Sanderson in this stream. I will leave the rest to Pete. Anita, what are you reading right now? What are you finishing up for the month of May? Are you just reading Mistborn today? If you're reading Mistborn, I might read my Mistborn because I think Armin's almost caught up to me at this point. I think I'm on like chapter 20 or something just because I've been reading it slowly over time.
I'm back.
I know, I'm waiting for Urza to explain why the DNF Gardens of the Moon. Though to be fair, I still haven't finished Eye of the World, and this was like my 6th time. So.
That's like, I feel like that's almost a popular opinion nowadays. Like sort of low key, a weird, a popular opinion.
What, Eye of the World?
Like if you haven't, like it's either a vast majority of people have either read it and loved it, or it's just like they just couldn't.
I want to love Wheel of Time.
Don't force yourself to love. Don't force yourself to love it.
But I wonder if I just need to get through the first book.
What?
I know
But that I'm confused, Urza. Like having read Eye of the World and read Gardens of the Moon, I would switch that around. Maybe do you enjoy getting things dumped on you versus I don't know. I'm trying not to sound like the Malazan.
I don't have a braid to tug right now, or I would.
Yeah. I just feel like there's more things that frustrated me in the writing of Eye of the World and the plotting. And then Gardens of the Moon was just like, I don't know what's going on and I love it. Mm-hmm. But that's also like, I feel like that's also a very, very subjective thing. Like, I think that there are a lot of people that don't like not knowing what's going on.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, I don't think the writing in Eye of the World is bad. I just like I haven't been compelled enough by the story in the first book to actually like want to make the effort to pick it up and finish it. Like I am only like 200 pages in, I think. They're on the way to Tarvalon. They just like escaped from the original town, the Three Rivers, Two Rivers,
Something like that.
Three Rivers is a city in Michigan.
Yeah. It might be Three Rivers. It might be Two Rivers. Who knows?
But we just like left there and are on our way to Tarvalon. And I know there's a lot of traveling coming up. And I just like, Rand annoys me already. The only one I like is it Matt? Which one's the blacksmith?
Oh, that's Perrin.
Perrin. He's the one I like.
Perrin's great. Perrin's best.
He reminds me of Gendry from Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh, that's why I know the name. I don't remember the actual character.
He's Robert Baratheon's bastard, who's like the blacksmith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember who that is. It's been 7 years.
What am I drinking? I am drinking out of a McDonald's cup because I have an obsession with Diet Coke, which is terribly bad for you. So don't drink Diet Pop because it's bad. But,
it has dye in the name. Like, why are you even drinking it, Kate?
But I don't like the taste of regular Coke, and I'm not supposed to be drinking coffee because of my blood sugar. So I'm drinking Diet Coke instead.
Water. In answer to that, Anitha, recently I've read Eye of the World. But back when I was in college, like 4 years ago, but like this was beginning of college, I think. Mm-hmm. I read, I think, through book 4, and I started book 5, where I read through book 3 and started book 4. I remember something with a sword, and I can't say anything else because of spoilers. And I think I got pet to the book right after that. So I think it was 3 to started book 4. So.
I feel like Steven Erikson failed as a writer in making the book confusing.
See, I think there's a difference between genuinely confusing and making it more of a mystery, because I do think that Malazan is a book that gets infinitely better. It's a series. Malazan Book of the Fallen gets infinitely better on a reread because you understand where the series is going and you understand the roles of the characters. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just a different style of writing. And another example could be Nine Fox Gambit, because I think this book in itself is kind of confusing as well, but it's confusing in a good way. Like there are context clues to give you a direction to where the thing is going, to direction of the story, a direction of the story is a lot more focused than Erikson, of course, because like look at this thing, and this is one of a trilogy, so like it has to be more focused. But like the world and everything that like everything is context clues.
You know, Urza, that's a really interesting conversation that you bring up with that statement. A book
I disagree.
Needs to stand on its own. This is why it's an interesting conversation.
Yes. And with that, we're going to pop in Evie!
Hello, beautiful!
Evie, what do you think about this statement?
I also kind of disagree with this statement because I think that there are many books that build off of each other. And yes, a book has to be readable on its own, but I don't think every book needs to be able to be a standalone if wanted. Because let me tell you, A Shadow in Summer is still one of the best books I've ever read, but it would not be okay as a standalone because there's so much that goes like I feel like it wouldn't feel fulfilling if it was a standalone.
I think Shadow in Summer can stand on its own, but it is one of those ones that like it's infinitely better when you take it as a part of the whole.
Yeah. So coming in at the tail end of this, so I don't know the context. I will say that my interpretation of Urza's comment is that I think books and series should have arcs within themselves, whether or not they are in inclusive or rely on dependencies or whatever for context of the series as a whole. The greatest frustration maybe even makes me borderline angry is when books are written seemingly solely for the case of having an extra book. So there are no arcs within the books. Shades of Magic trilogy, the second book is literally just a cliffhanger. There is no arc within that. There's
Yeah.
And I love that trilogy, by the way. So yeah.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking of, like middle book. I agree with that portion of the statement. That like a lot of the times the book will have middle book syndrome, like you said, if it doesn't have its own arc within it, if it's just supposed to be like a tube connecting the first and second books and doesn't have its own. See, that's like, dang. I just said I wasn't going to talk about Sanderson again. Let me pick a different author. You different authors.
Hello.
Well, yeah, we'll take Daniel Abraham again. Like, Betrayal in Winter. Like, that's a middle book. It's the second in the quartet, and it has its full own arc within it. And that's part of what makes it so good, is that you have this entire story and it changes the characters, and you can go into the next story, and the consequences carry through. It is a very good color on you.
Yeah. I would say that Malazan doesn't do the thing that the second book of Shades of Magic trilogy does. Like, it's...
Oh yeah, I mean, of what
there are a lot of art.
I was gonna say, of what I've read of Dead Husk Gates, it's a completely different. Like,
yeah, so there's a lot of arcs within the Malazan Book of the Fallen. Some of them end book to book. Some of them take span over the entire series. Like, some characters are very not fulfilling whatsoever until you have the entire series under your belt. And I think that the number of characters that have less than a complete arc in a book, I mean, again, I feel like I need to reread everything to analyze this fully, but which is what I'm planning on doing. But like,
don't binge it, Pete. Don't binge.
I'm not going to binge it. Gosh, I'm not going to get it done for the second time to like 2024. But
really, I've been told that Gardens of the Moon is like required reading, but it's just very different.
I don't agree with this. I think it's there's specific people that are enamored of specific books.
I would say don't even listen to the fan base. Like, if you want to read a series, read the freaking series.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I think there's a lot of different reading orders.
So Urza, you saying another author I won't read, is that Sanderson? That makes me sad.
Or V.E. Schwab.
Schwab, probably Schwab, considering his opinions on sequel syndrome or whatever, second book syndrome. It's interesting because, like, Daniel Abraham, what? That's a crime to humanity. I can understand this. I have ignored. I really
you love Sanderson. Okay. Sorry, I had a.
I really can understand this because the fan base is annoying to me, like, some of the time as well. Just because. Oh, he's talking about Daniel Abraham. I'm sorry, Urza. It's so good. You need to read Long Price Quartet. They do stand alone well on their own. Like, I will say.
I DNF'd the first book, so.
Shadow and Summer?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
I'm sorry.
I will say it wasn't because, like, the writing was bad or anything. I just wasn't connecting with it at the time. It was a me problem. So.
Makes me feel slightly happier.
Mm-hmm. It's not like. Oh, no. It's completely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It is 110% completely different from The Expanse. A, The Expanse is two different writers, and B, you do not get the amount of depth and world building in The Expanse as you do in the Long Price.
Well, in later books you do, but like The
It's
real
very different though.
it is like, as someone who's read both of them, yeah, it's completely different. You do see a shadow of Abraham's world building in like the early books, and then of the Expanse, and then like later on in the Expanse, like at the very end, you see a lot more strongly of Abraham's world character building and world building. Well, the world building is mostly Ty Frank in the Expanse, but the depth of theme and connection of world building, character building, and all this other jazz that all fits together in a really, really good, nice little box. You don't see that in the Expanse. You do see that in the Long Price Quartet. So when Abraham has the horns and he's able to like go where he wants to with it, like it's great.
Vazard, you don't have to apologize for not being interested in reading something. Like, it's everybody's personal opinion and personal decision what they want to read. I think that it's hard sometimes for people who are really passionate about series to talk to people who are like, I don't like them because I don't like their writing or whatnot, or
well,
whatever.
I mean,
there's a difference.
I'm gonna take this and throw it right back at you, Kate. Do a book review if you want to do a book review of a book you liked, regardless of the content or what other people think of it.
Pete just said that.
Hey, Flesh is thematic.
Yeah, and he said that a book about Flesh is also thematic for me. This is true.
Yeah, if anybody says that they're turned off from Malzahn because of the fandom, like, I'm not gonna fault them. Like, I'm sad because I'm annoyed at the fandom sometimes, but like, because like I do my best not to echo anything I hear from the whole like, oh my gosh, Malzahn's so just because I just think that's like, I just don't want to be a douchebag. But I think it's really, really good for specific reasons, and it's just different than a lot of fantasy today. I'm not saying it's better. I think I like it better than a lot of fantasy today. But like, I think there's a lot of value in different styles of writing. Like, for me personally, me loving Malzahn has not devalued my love of Sanderson, because I love them for completely different reasons. So
I like that. I kind of echo what Pete says. That's how I feel about Daniel Abraham and the Long Price Quartet. Like, I value it because I love what he's done that makes it stand out from the rest of fantasy. But I'm not going to like be angry at someone who says they don't want to read it. I will say that I think being turned off by The Expanse it's so different than The Expanse that I would still urge people who enjoy very good world building and very good character work to at least give it a try. But I mean, obviously, it's everyone's opinion for themselves. I highly disagree with Leanna's decision about the Long Price Quartet. I love Fall of Babel, but the Fall of Babel is like, or the whole Books of Babel series is very, very different than the Long Price Quartet in feel, in tone, and everything. Like, I would not compare them at all. But then again, I must also say that I frequently disagree with things Leanna says about books. So take that with a grain of salt, because she and I have very different reading tastes, with the exception of like the Six of Crows series. But
yeah, for LPQ, like the difference between Babel and LPQ, Babel is more books of Babel. Yeah, it's whimsical and it's an adventure romp. Like, he has he's talked about his influences of like Jules Verne and people around that time, where like they were like adventure books, versus like Daniel Abraham is a much more like character study. Like, it's literally a character study of one man over his lifetime. Technically two men, but like it's focused on one man. Words. But so it's much more thematic, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. It more delves into specific themes and like topics.
I don't know anything about that. I will say about the fan base though thing, I'm not particularly a fan of most fan bases and like listening to a bunch of them talk about shit. Like I know I'm a Sander fan.
I was gonna say the irony.
No, but like the generalized, like when people who are part of the Sanderson fan base like jump on people and yell at them for not liking Sanderson.
Yeah.
Like I try to notice when I get like that and pull back and be like, okay, Kate, it's not your job to defend Brandon Sanderson. And people cannot like him and it's fine. But it's like, that's my favorite series. And I still don't particularly enjoy the overall fan base and the way that they talk to people who don't like Sanderson, because people that I am friends with like have said like, I don't want to try Sanderson, or I'm afraid to try Sanderson and talk about it on BookTube because I don't want people to come after me if I don't like it. And you should never have to feel that way about a series because of how their fan base is. And I feel a little bit like that with Malazan. Like I'm a little worried, but
go for it.
No, but
yeah. I will say for this, I don't like the world building is amazing in Malazan, but that's not the primary draw of Malazan for me. For me, actually, like the world building was there, but what really pulled me in was the characters and the themes. Specifically the themes, the characters are different. So like the characters are built, they're just built different. He does his characterization in a very interesting way where it's there and it's very subtle, but you don't, especially in the beginning, you don't get as many super normal character focused moments where they're just like sitting around talking about their feelings. They're very realistic characters, but some of that, like what goes into that is they don't talk about what they're going through as much, but they react like normal people would in a very interesting way. And it's great, but also because of how he writes his characters, a lot of people don't like his character work. Like people say he doesn't have good character work because it's just super different. But also the themes, I want to touch on the themes are just freaking amazing because like they go throughout the entire series. They go throughout into like he touches on some really sensitive topics like grief and sexual assault and compassion. Like the entire like there's 2 or 3 themes that run throughout the entire the series, including like an anti-great man theory theme, like, oh, in order to accomplish great things, it only takes one great man, that whole thing. No, it's like an anti-version of that theory. It's like, hey, it takes a village to do amazing things. And then compassion is like throughout all of it, which is a really interesting theme just to see how that resonates throughout the entire series. Anyways, done.
To clarify for Anitha a while back, yes, it is Burnt Sugar by Avni Doshi.
Urza about not liking some of Alan's most hyped stuff. I don't either. I'm not a huge like Flintlock fantasy person. I'm not a huge KG Parker person. I think the reason I loved LPQ so much is because it's like it's a character study in the price of war and the price of your decisions and over the course of these characters' lives and like their friendship and the world. And I just think it's done really well. If you ever feel like you just want something really different than the other stuff you've read and can like rent it from a library or something and try it without any, giving of anything, I would highly suggest it. Mm-hmm. But also, to each their own. That's the last thing I'm going to say about LPQ. I just really love it.
Exactly. So we're going to hype it up as much as possible.
Yeah. But I do agree with Realm of the Bookling. Yeah, every fan base has scary fans, just like every sports team has scary fans, and there's certainly enough scary Harry Potter fans in the world. Like, there's everyone who can go. Every group can have those people in them.
Yeah.
It's just about whether or not you give them a voice or a platform. Piranesi, that's another book we stand for. I'm pretty sure all 3 of us stand for Piranesi.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Wait, although, Kate, didn't you DNF Jonathan Strange?
Yes, and I will not apologize for it. I will not apologize for it.
It stares at you.
2/3 of the way through, and I wanted to claw my eyes out because I was bored. But I will give it the benefit of the doubt that I may have read it at the wrong time, and I may just need to give it another go at some point. But I unhauled it a long time ago, so I don't have a copy anymore. So.
That is.
Speaking of books, though, my copy of Grapes of Wrath arrived today.
Yee, I'm so excited. Frankenstein is in my May TBR that I have not yet filmed because I want to see how many books I can finish this weekend before I film my.
Well, I was also going to say, you also have to finish editing an unboxing video. So
I am, which I am going to do as soon as we actually start reading, which is why I'm on my school computer. Live journal. Oh, good Lord. We don't even talk about live journal. I hope they got rid of like accounts that haven't been used in over 10 years, or else I definitely have a live journal somewhere.
Yeah, a live journal for all of us to find.
My Neopets account from way back in the day still like, exists on the internet. So.
Oh my God, Neopets!
Back in the day.
Gosh. Neopets are just like, that takes me back, man.
Absolutely.
Milla, socks. Stop.
Are you telling your hologram to put on socks?
Oh no, I'm telling her socks as a threat, as in I will put socks on your feet if you do not stop licking between the pads of your feet.
Oh.
She has anxiety and she like licks her paws repeatedly, and she will lick them until they're raw, and so I have to threaten her with socks. I have little sock monkey socks for dogs, and she does not like them.
She does the whole like.
Oh yes. Dogs will do that all the time. But sometimes it's the only way to stop her, and she's able to get them off. So I had to buy another pair of dog socks that have Velcro around them. So I have to Velcro them on her, but I can't do it too tight or I'll cut off circulation. But if I don't put it tight enough, then she will shake them off. So, oh, don't look like that. You look so sad. Come here. Licking paws comes from a lack of treats. Do you want a biscuit?
Urza, you will be happy to know that Max had a vet appointment today, and on the way home, when I was going to pick up Burger King for dinner, because it's a very healthy dinner, he got a unsolicited chicken nugget from the drive-thru guy.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yay. Gotta love them chicken nuggets.
Yep. So now he knows that if we go to Burger King, he's gonna get a chicken nugget. If we go to Starbucks, he gets a puppuccino. If we go to Dunkin' Donuts, he gets a munchkin. He hasn't quite figured out what he can get at McDonald's yet, though.
Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
That's adorable.
Just exploiting the system.
Indeed.
So, almost 50 minutes in. Y'all want to sprint?
Yes.
I just want to sit here and watch you do your Tetris.
I mean, that's the point of the thing, you know.
And I just want, before we start, can we take bets on how long before it actually just tumbles down?
I mean, so it doesn't tumble down. What'll happen is if I take it out in the wrong place or I start putting up in a weird way, individual books, a few books will fall down, but not all of it.
So what we're saying is that when you take it down, it's a game of Jenga, and when you put it together, it's a game of Tetris.
Yes.
Nice.
So how many rounds until the Jenga tower falls?
I mean, you're gonna see me. I have a chair, so I'm not gonna do my whole stand on a table, knee on the dresser thing that'll probably stress people out. But
yes, because we don't want you to fall and bash your head in.
But I'll be fine. I have strong legs.
I was gonna say, Pete, message us your address so we can call 911 if necessary.
Is my roommate still here? He's probably gone, but no, he's taking a nap. It's fine.
Did you get to eat your pizza, Pete?
No, not yet. You guys have been talking so much. I've been like, oh, people, I'll eat it as I'm doing the thing.
Wait, did you move out, Pete? I thought you still lived with your parents.
No, I haven't lived with my parents in 6 years.
No, you guys are roommates.
I don't know why I thought you lived with your parents.
It's understandable. I I personally have an independent.
I look like the type of guy that would live with his parents.
Obviously. Yeah,
That's not what I meant, by the way.
no, you're fine. I have an independence complex thing where like I like kind of don't want to rely on my parents as much as possible because I want to be independent, which is I'm dealing with. It's a thing. But
Three Stooges music.
Love it. Love it.
oh my gosh. Show us the pizza. Okay.
Or Benny Hill music might be more appropriate.
Papa John's, because that's what I was raised on.
Yeah, Papa John's, baby.
It is. I know some of you will barf at this, but it is pepperoni, bacon, and pineapple.
Oh yes.
Bacon,
yes.
boo, but pineapple, yay!
I get bacon and onion pizza most of the time, so I approve.
It's a little weird. I don't think I've ever had onion. What type of onion do you put on the pizza? It's not like purple onion, is it? Or red onion, is it? It's like something else.
So I the only time that I've had onion on my pizza is when I've had meatball and onion. Really, really good.
Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like it would be good. Meatball and never mind. What's the never mind for it? Did I like get you? I'm sorry, Urza. I was asked. I was trying to just keep it low-key on the side, but then underneath it was like, show us the pizza. Actual real life quote. What?
The only fruit I want on pizza is tomatoes.
I mean, you're not wrong. But we have other people that love pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
This is the way. So, how long do you guys want to sprint? 30 minutes? 40 minutes?
Oh,
Either or.
Since we talked for like an hour, maybe we should do 40 minutes.
Yeah, let's do 40 minutes. All right, so we are at 53. So I'm just going to set it to 40 minutes from 55.
If you want to make it 45, we can just...
Yeah, we can do 45. So 55 plus 45 is equal to 40. So
No, I meant like...
Put the time. Like we can stop at 6:45.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Also, don't forget to check periodically because Greg will be arriving at some point in the next 45 minutes.
You are correct. Okay. And let me do this since the whole Tetris make myself bigger, not because I'm egotistical, but because...
This is what we're here for.
Yeah, you guys are here for the Tetris Jenga.
We're just going to be reading or watching you, or I'm going to
exactly.
for a hot second, and then I'm going to edit, so I won't actually be reading this actual
It's okay. Next time, hopefully, I'll put together a playlist of music to make it sort of similar to the Q&As, so I'll have, like, calming music or something. That's what I want to do next, but that's it.
If I was good enough at my guitar, I would serenade everyone, but you don't want that because...
I'm sorry. I know you said calming music, but my head heard commie music.
The Russian national anthem.
And I didn't question it because you read Gulag Archipelago, and Communist Manifesto. So
I mean, those are technically like opposing books, but yes, I would be like somebody to play that as a joke. Considering I'm like,
see, and he could Tetris while he's talking to us, but I think that would break his brain.
Maybe we'll see.
Box!
All right, cool. Let's do the sprint. No commie music this time, though. All right. Humans. Did you say humors or humans? I read humors. Anyways, let's mute this and take this off. Reading till 45. Cool. Alrighty. It would. Mm-hmm. All right. So.
Are you planning on muting yourself, Pete, or?
Stay.
Peter.
Mute yourself.
Pete. I think he muted his computer. Pete.
Yes, you did.
Pete. Pete.
Send him a message. Pete.
I literally just muted myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's we're like, Pete, mute yourself. Pete.
I guess my microphone isn't coming from where I thought it was. Have you guys been hearing like weird directional things? So like,
No, we've just been hearing you talk to your books. So at least it wasn't like, look at you, you beautiful, sexy thing. Like,
hey,
which you could do. I would not.
Could it ask me?
If you did that for the leather bounds.
No leather browns out yet. Anyways, all right, actually muting because I thought that the mute button on here worked, but evidently it doesn't. Good to know.
I think it just muted like the computer as opposed to the microphone.
That's weird. Anyways. It's a wild Gregory. Who didn't have his headphones on yet. He wasn't ready.
I have appeared.
You have appeared.
I read like 16 pages, but I also was helping rearrange stuff because apparently this is a rearrange, feng shui stream, not a actual reading stream.
Yes.
I can do this thing.
I love it, Gregory. You and I have matching attire.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That's
Here we
very
go.
impressive.
That works. It has turned into a rearranging thing. Sprints. Thank you, Lana. I appreciate that. If you're wondering, it was where it was My Chemical Romance. So
Hello, chat.
there is Gregory right there. Everybody is saying you're twinning.
Twinning. Yes, yes.
If I had a mustard yellow shirt, I'd go put it on. But
Anti-mustard. Pete, we must execute you.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Or alternatively, you can put on a ketchup red shirt.
Oh no, that's even
Get it.
worse. Where's Charmaine, my team mustard friend?
Oh no, Urza, bye. Bye, Urza.
Bye.
All right, so let's talk about how sequels don't have to stand on their own now. But, Kate's gone.
I also had made myself bourbon and Coke, so
Ah,
if I start acting boozy,
I
Very
appreciate
nice.
this. It's a lot, but it's fun. I like it.
how
Yeah.
goes the Tetris?
This goes to Tetris. Yeah. Oh, turn to the left, loosen it up. That goes to Tetris.
Oh, nice. That left part is all the way to the ceiling, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. So yeah, the stuff on the left is Star Wars. I'm not gonna touch that. I'm just gonna leave it where it is.
Nice.
That's just, it is what it is, and I don't feel like, because I remember at my old place, Star Wars was beginning to consume the Tetris. I love how you guys can only see my forehead.
Hmm.
It's great.
so do you have the stuff that you've read at the bottom, and
Yep.
then
It is pure chaos.
all right, cool.
So I think I only dropped one book at the very beginning. The rest of everything was just some stuff falling over a little bit. Yes, I can be distracting. That's just how it is sometimes. For the most part, I try to put, like, the point of this whole entire thing and rearranging it every 3 to 4 months is to make it so that the books I'm going to read are the ones that are most accessible, which means they're kind of near the bottom and in a place that if I take them out, other things won't fall over. So that means doing stuff like this, where like I can pull out this book, assuming there was support on the sides, but I could pull out this book and they'd stay up. So that's the main goal,
That's the secret Tetris strats.
basically. That, and I was to the point where I was buying books that were with books in the series, but I couldn't put them together. The column of the books between the shelves are ones that I'm not going to be reading because it is almost impossible to get books out of there. Or it's basically impossible to get books out of there unless I have a book to replace it with.
Mm.
Like that's like these books, these Lady Trent books were at the top, and I kind of wanted them to like not be in this column because I'm going to read them.
Mm.
It's kind of a support stack. That was that question.
Kate, you missed. Well, you're not missing it now, but
It's both of them.
Yeah.
Kitty and a dog.
And George, they're so cute. Yes, but she said dog, girls. She didn't say
Dog?
hologram.
But the column is also there because there would be a gap there anyways, and I put the gap there on purpose because I saw that I would have some space between the door and the this bookshelf, and I figured that I could use it. Because of Tetris, do you have? Not always. For instance, I mean, I would prefer that things match, but like sometimes I find series that are completely different, and I just have to deal with it. Like these two, we have. This is about a traveling magical circus that I want to read eventually. I found the first one in a gas station, of all places. But like those don't match. But it, you know, I prefer that they match. Hello. Books in the shelves behind Jonathan Strange. Those are actually slightly categorized. Star Wars up here. I could just say old books, but miscellaneous. That's where like my Jane Austen. What else do I have up there? I have some Mark Twain's. I have my Greek collection, which is like the Aeneid, Metamorphosis, and a bunch of other random plays. Bunch of other random books that are just old. That's actually where I have my oldest book. I'm just showing everything off now. And other random stuff. Cannot shift. Some Jules Verne, Gulliver's Travels. Come on. And, you know, random screws, because why not?
Yeah, I'm confused with how the 7-Elevens that carry books.
Yeah, it is confusing. So the bus stop, okay, wait, the gas station. It was not a 7-Eleven, so it was a long road trip. There's these places called Pilots in the eastern U.S., I think. I don't know where exactly they're not.
They're definitely in the southeast.
We have
Yeah.
pilot stations too.
Yeah, so basically they're designed to be truck stop. They're truck stops basically. So they have showers and a bunch of other stuff, and they have things that are designed to cater to truck drivers. And some of that is books, which is like, hey, you're sleeping in your truck, so let's get you some small books. But this is the smallest book the oldest book I have. It is The Myths of Greece and Rome, and I believe it was 1889.
Oh, cool.
Smells great, by the way. 1893.
Smells old.
Yes. That is interesting. I haven't seen them in 7-Eleven. How many books? I haven't counted in a while, but my best estimate is probably 700 to 800. How many of those have I read? You don't want to know the answer to that.
I was going to say 400 to 550 of those are unread.
Probably more. Closer to 600, probably. Yeah, I will. That's quite a few. What do you mean, the one I got in an estate sale? If we're talking recently,
The old book she's talking about, maybe?
I don't think it was an old.
Are you implying, Pete, that you've gotten multiple books in multiple estate sales?
Yes. So my dad is a reseller. So he goes to estate sales and garage sales and finds things he can sell for more on eBay, essentially. So on top, I mean, that's like his side gig, his hobby, now that we're not in the whatever. So the estate sale, what did I recently get in estate sale? That was the one I got Gloomhaven at.
Oh.
Yes, that was a bared inventory. I still technically haven't inventoried all of it.
You got like some Tolkien books that are in an estate sale, didn't you?
Not recently. I haven't bought Tolkien in a while. I believe it was 9th. It was Bone Ships. And then somewhere around here is something else. Oh, that's terrible. Bone Ships. There we go. Yes, Master Sal. That is the. So the biggest the biggest difficulty with selling stuff on eBay is posting it. So you're not wrong there. But I know that there are other reasons why you wouldn't sell everything. I got bone chips. What was the other one? I know it's under here somewhere, and once I see it, I'll be like, oh, is this one? It's not Ninth House. It started with N, though, I swear.
Ninth Reign.
That's the one.
That was a pure and utter guess.
It's somewhere in the stack server.
I feel like you would absolutely hate Ninth House.
I have Ninth House, and I haven't read it yet.
Well, maybe you won't absolutely hate it. It's just I don't know if you like it.
I have heard some things that have made me less excited to read it. Excuse the vroom vroom. But I still want to read it eventually because, like, I do want to read more Dark Academia. I am really excited about Babel from R.F. Kuang. Yeah, the whole academics revolution.
No,
that I'm excited for.
That too.
Don't sleep. What's weekend's plans?
I don't know what my plans are.
What are your plans, Gregory?
I'm seeing my dad tomorrow, I guess, and
Nice.
I'm doing something Sunday, but I can't remember what.
I'm going to paintball again on Sunday. That's great.
Nice.
Oh,
That's cool.
nice.
August, I believe. Let me check when I have it on my schedule.
I think it's June. I could be wrong.
I know I have it on pre-order because what's his face? Barnes & Noble had that pre-order 25% off thing going on.
Oh yeah, that was dangerous.
It was dangerous, but it was also needed because I had like a bunch of books that I was like, I'm gonna have to buy these at full price on order. I was really grateful that I found out that the Veiled Throne book 3, they were coming out with a paperback edition of it in like May. So I pre-ordered that, which is great. It comes out end of August, I believe. That's why I have it in September. Paintball is very fun. Yes, painful but fun. But what is pain? Kate, what were you serenading with us when you were on mute?
Oh, I was playing a couple of songs that I know. Some of them are sad folk songs. One of them is a Pink song. I like Pink. So, yeah. And then Jewel, which I don't know if anyone knows Jewel, but...
Who's it by?
No, the
that's the band.
artist's name is Jewel. She's like from the
I
late
Was Made for
90s.
You.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the song I was playing, yeah. It's just really good for my like range, and it's easy to play on the guitar, so yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And What's Up by Four Non Blondes. I don't know if any of you know that song, but I'm sure if you don't know the name of it, you would know it if you heard it, because it's one of those songs that's like just been in a bunch of things.
Yeah, I don't think I know that one.
I know
Tara
it
knows
was-
it. Tara knows it.
Yay! I know that it was in Sense8. If anyone's seen that Netflix show, like I know it was in that show. It's been in like commercials and stuff. So I don't know that many songs. I know a lot of Taylor Swift songs because
I mean,
I just do.
it's not a bad thing.
Yes, Lana, that song. Yes.
Oh, that song.
I love that song. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just keep searching for songs that I can figure out how to play. And then I go there. I don't know if anyone knows who Ira Wolf is, but I play a lot of her stuff.
She sounds familiar. Sense8 was that was the one where like 8 different people were like connected throughout
Yes.
the world, and they like shared muscle memory and some other stuff.
It's
Was it
such a
the
good
Wachowskis?
show.
Was it
It's
the
an amazing show. What?
was it created by the Wachowski sisters or just one of the sisters?
I don't know. but it was like it's one of the best like completed shows I think I've ever seen.
Wait, it's on Netflix and it was a completed show and not just.
Well, I was gonna say alternatively, I thought
Yeah.
it was canceled too soon and like it ended on a cliffhanger or
The
something.
siblings. No, they did a movie, which I usually don't like movie endings for TV shows, but this was like an actually good ending and also like a love letter to the fans. It was just like great. I really enjoyed it. I liked the ending. Like it was one of those shows that just like stuck it for me. And it's only 2 seasons. I just like really enjoyed it. So
That is the dream, especially for Community. 6 seasons in a movie.
Yeah, baby.
I was canceled and then brought back.
I'm assuming she meant to say it, but the fact that you were.
I just think it's funny that I was canceled.
You were canceled? Are you the show, Lana, and you just have been identifying as a human all this time?
That's it. That's the secret. I'm sorry. There are loud things near me.
No, I mean, I'm on a maid road. I have to deal with it constantly when filming. It's great. That's why I film at night half the time.
Where are you? I've downloaded this image a million times and I can't find it in my folders. Where are you?
Sort by last modified.
Do you have the setting on your computer that asks you where you want to put it before you download it?
Yes, and I thought, oh my god, it's saved into one of my video folders instead of my picture folder, which is super annoying.
Makes sense.
Oh, that's what I get for trying to edit while we're talking.
She is the show, by the way, if you were wondering.
Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. But yes. One day I will be good enough at the guitar to play on a stream, but not the day is not today.
Not today.
No, I'm not good enough like consistently to play and like know that I'm not going to totally screw up. That's the problem.
Sal, sentient shows, magic dog holograms. This group has it all.
Mm-hmm. We do. And matching T-shirts. Apparently, I didn't get the memo.
Yep, mustard yellow day.
The only thing that I own that's that color is like a replica bell dress that I don't have with me. Which is also not appropriate to wear on the street. I would just sit here in crinoline. It would just
Wait, I was gonna say, how is that not appropriate to wear on stream?
I would be like swallowed in taffeta. I wouldn't exist.
I don't see a problem with this.
Also, I do not have it here. So you're wearing mustard yellow too, Lana? Pete, we didn't get the freaking message.
That's my life.
I think this is me. I don't think I look good in mustard yellow. I don't know why.
Is it because you're blonde?
Maybe.
I'm blonde
Probably.
too. I wear it anyways. Listen, just wear whatever color
Well,
clothes.
it looks fine on you. I don't know. It's not a color that I desire to wear, sadly.
Right.
Yellows in general I'm not a fan of. Like wearing on me, to clarify.
Are
I
you
have
saying you
bell
hate my shirt?
coloring, so.
I'm saying that if I was wearing your shirt, I would hate your shirt.
Mhm.
If I think part of it is the fact that I don't like wearing a lot of light colored clothing because I sweat, or I'm always paranoid about sweating in weird positions times. Like
I sweat like crazy, so like, but I've gotten to the point where I've just accepted my fate, and I'm just like, whatever. Everybody sweats, so. Did I scare Pete off with showing my pits?
Maybe.
All right.
I sneezed exactly as you like. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm just gonna sweat way too much, and I am slightly self-conscious about it. So I wear dark clothing because I do poses like this. So if I was like, I don't know if I would look like a vampire, depending on the time of year.
I'm weird. I don't ever pay attention to how much I sweat because it's never a problem for me. And I'm sorry for the people it's a problem for because that must really suck.
Is Greg asleep?
Greg is almost asleep.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Greg, what are you reading?
Foundry Side. It is getting read.
It is getting read.
I pulled my copy out because I saw on Discord that you started it.
Yes.
I want to read that, but I also haven't bought it on purpose because I know I'm going to want to read it soon if I buy it. Or it's just going to stare at me.
How close are you to finishing editing your unboxing video, Kate?
I am just adding things.
It's an unboxing. You don't need to add things.
I did. I'm extra with my videos. I like putting stuff in here. I had to add a clip from a Disney movie in here.
All right. Well,
I think that's appropriate. Don't start it, Kate.
Don't start what? Oh, she's just mad at me because I haven't read Assassin's Quest yet. I'm just gonna read it in May.
Gosh.
With magic.
With Ship of Magic, and you're going to binge all of Malazan?
Not in May. I don't think that I could read all of Malazan if I literally did nothing but read for the entire month.
That would be an interesting challenge. If I wasn't working for a living, I would. Working for a living. That's a bad phrase. If I was actually in a place where I could not actively do things and make money, so like have a more passive income, I would try that and see how much I would die.
I have too many things to actually start Foundry Side. I'm just like in the point where you have too many books that are like begun and you don't know which one to pick up and finish. And I'm a mood reader, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
I love Assassin's Quest, so at least there are two of us. So
I'm not sure where I stand.
But
I have too many people on both sides that are just saying, I love Assassin's Quest and I love Royal Assassin. I'm like, which do I like? I'm not sure right now.
I mean, Assassin's Apprentice is going to be my favorite of the three, just because it was like so traumatizing for me and my introduction to Robin Hobb. But I think Farseer is a really solid trilogy. Like,
oh yeah,
he's doing something, I think, not drastically different in each book, but like her goal is different in each book, and I think she achieves it she executes it very, very well.
Yeah. I will say I did not find Assassin's Quest to drag as much as other people. The only things that I found dragging.
It is a quest, and people are complaining about the journey part of it. Come on.
Journey before destination, right, Evie?
I mean, that's what I complain about with Eye of the World, so.
Yeah, but Eye of the World is boring, though.
I know. I still have. That's going to be a summer attempt. I'm not even going to tell anyone I'm reading it. I'm just going to finish it, and then there's just going to be a video, and I'm going to be done with it.
And never come back to it.
No. The problem is I own the first 4 books, so.
Hey, I own all of them, so once I finish my reread of Malazan, is it after Realm of the Elder? No, it's after Realm of the Elderlings. So when we finish Realm of the Elderlings in 2023, and yeah, that's when I'm gonna actually like full on start the rest of that one.
I can't believe we have a buddy read that's going to go into next year. It boggles my mind.
I mean, I technically have things planned out till, is it 2024 or 2025?
That would give me anxiety, okay? Like, I only know what my life is going to be like for the next 3 years.
Well, like, to be fair, it's not like I have the entire thing planned out. It's like I have my Malazan reread and catching up on everything goes until February of 2024. And then if I do month by month with Wheel of Time, I go to June of 2024. So it's literally just 2 books or series that are kind of planned to read until then. And then I have a bunch of stuff planned until I have like 4 or 5 books on my TBR until about January of 2023, and then it goes down to like 2 or 3.
Pete, your book stuff is planned out almost until I graduate from med school. Like, I graduate in spring of 2025 if I pass everything. Yes, when are we? Can someone remind me when we're reading those? Because yes, and thankfully I already own them, so I don't have to rebuy them. I keep getting grumpy because people keep putting the diviners on like lists of like best YA and the last blah blah blah, and I want to be like, your other series is better. So
I'll be honest. I saw this name, and I thought Master Sal misspelled library.
no, her name's Libba Bray. She wrote the series that we're reading. Is the first book is called The Great and Terrible Beauty, and it's like set back in like, is it the 1800s? I don't know. People are still wearing corsets and stuff, and like this girl ends up at a boarding school, and there's some like mysterious stuff happening at the boarding school, and they end up going to like another world. Gemma Doyle series, yeah. And there's like, actually oddly enough, there's like talking ships in that book too, which is weird because we're going to be reading live ships, but it's not like live ships at all.
Yeah. So interesting. So it's dark academia, basically.
It's YA.
Okay.
So I guess it would be what you would call YA dark academia. I read it when I was really young. I haven't read it in a while. I think I read it when I was like 14 or something. Same time I read the Farseer.
Oh my, trauma and YA. That sounds good together.
Yeah. Well, my friend's older sister was like, you should read these books. Read the Fitz trilogy. Like, it'll be cool. You have a high reading level. Pain. Lots of pain. Thanks, Luna. But, yeah, it is, I guess, dark academia. It's just not like, I feel like dark academia has gotten darker over the years. Mm-hmm. But I think just in general, YA has gotten more mature because younger kids are acting more mature because of society and crap, which is kind of scary. So
I would say that YA has gotten more mature because the audience has gotten more mature. Because like the biggest audience for YA, if I remember correctly, is not actually teenagers. It's women from the age of like 21 to 30. That's like the biggest buyers of actual YA books. So with that, the classifications from the marketing departments will classify more and more dark books, but that are based on specific things, like, you know, the classic, like if there's a female protagonist and it's fantasy and there's a romance, that's automatically YA, basically. This is all my impression of where we're
I think this is why they started doing the new adult genre, which is like a step between, because a lot of the new adult books like ACOTAR and stuff, no offense to...
I'm not wearing Charmander
like,
colors.
Huh?
This is
What?
Yellow. Sorry,
no
go ahead.
Charmander colors. It's Pikachu colors, or Raichu colors, actually, because it's darker or yellow.
Yeah.
But Greg, you threw me off my...
I'm sorry.
My brain is very precarious right now.
Charmander's orange, chat. What's wrong
Charmander is
with you?
orange and with the reddish yellow flame.
Oh my god.
Dark yellow is Raichu.
What about Charmander's underbelly? Is that a more closer to that, or is it still orange?
It's like a light orange.
The belly? I thought it was... Yeah, I think it's...
Vomit Chew.
It's definitely not this color.
No.
I'll look up
not.
Charmander.
What the heck? Oh, I was gonna say ACOTAR and stuff like used to be considered YA.
Which boggles my mind because it's not.
Yes, but like
like I wouldn't let a child of mine read ACOTAR until they were a lot older. I mean,
I would just tell them not to read it at all, but that's because I think it's not very
fun. ACOTAR would be one of those books that's like, hey, you can read it when you've left.
But the thing about ACOTAR is it has adult themes and it has adult content, but it's written like a YA book. The prose feels YA. It's not a very elevated writing style in any way, shape, or form. So not like YA is bad, it's just different than most adult writing. Like you can kind of tell a difference between the writing styles and stuff. That's 100% what I think new adult is. YA books with sex, with spice. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. But
So, my question is, what's the difference between YA writing and stuff like basically what you would compare to either romance or even stuff as really, really basic as like the Harlequin series of those paperbacks that are all smutty romances?
well, I haven't read any of those. That would be a Brianna question. But
Like,
as
is there a difference? Is there a huge difference? Better question.
yes. Well, so there are well-written YA books, like Fireborn, great.
Absolutely.
I think the prose is pretty decent in that too. But there's like there's like a feeling difference. Like you can just like tell, like a je ne sais quoi. But also I feel like in a lot of YA, most of it's written in like a first person or changing POVs. Not all of it, but like a lot of it is. And it's very like concerned with the character's emotions at any given time. Like I feel like, so comparing it to like the Love Hypothesis or something, which doesn't have like the best prose in the world, but like you're not constantly in the character's head all the time feeling all of her emotions, and she's not as dramatic as a lot of the main characters in YA stories are. And this is just a very like generic comparison, because obviously there's a lot of like good YA and there's, you know, good romance. There's also terrible romance and there's terrible YA, just like in any genre. But I would agree with Lana that like language and structure is different. There's like, I don't want to say like there's not as many big rarer words, but in some cases it is like it has a more simple vocabulary and a lot of like the more base YA stuff. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Well, it's also Harlequin type romances are much more explicit in regards to their sex scenes, and also like the characters are adult aged. That's really all the difference is. That's the only difference.
Well, when you do Harlequin, so there's like Harlequin and then there's like Regency, and most of Regency, at least according to Brianna, is it's not as much like explicit sex like Ice Planet Barbarians or stuff like that, but it's more like the longing and the like touches and the like the bodice things and like the heaving bosoms and stuff. Like yeah, YA mostly in the MC's head, not like the other girls. That's a very good explanation. Anita wanted Greg to talk. I'm assuming to keep him awake.
So, what you're saying is Harlequin romances follow a similar structure to Hallmark movies, except there's more sex.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Harlequin romances are pretty much exactly a Hallmark movie. Greg, do not put your head back. You're going to fall asleep.
Oh, I'm awake. I'm fine.
The pining.
The pining is a big deal. Greg, have you've read, so Skyward is YA.
Yep.
So you've read that YA.
Six of Crows,
which you enjoyed, if I recall.
Yeah.
And soon you'll be reading From Blood and Ash.
Yeah, yep.
And then shortly after that, Twilight.
I'm waiting.
I may read with you because I've been watching. I don't know if any of you other than Pete have heard of Amanda the Jedi, but like I watch her movie reviews and like book reviews and stuff because she's hilarious. And she has a whole like Twilight saga group of videos, and I've been watching them and it makes me want to reread them just so I can remember how ridiculous they are.
I actually should go watch those because I've actually seen all except the last Twilight movie.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The last one's actually my favorite, and I think it's legitimately not a terrible movie.
I should probably watch it. I know all about it, but I remember watching the previews and be like, these previews feel completely different from the other movies because there was like magic and all these crazy vampires that can do crazy things. And I'm just like, wait, what? Where was this the rest of the series? This would have been great.
It's like, I think it's actually like a good movie and I will watch it unironically, but I do watch Twilight ironically just because it's like, I don't know, it's reached like cult classic status because it's just funny.
So I have committed to reading Twilight when Greg reads Twilight. I will probably read the entire series, and I might pull a Michael Nip and be like, you know, there's some problematic things, but it's pretty interesting, actually.
Wait, he read Twilight?
Yeah, Michael Nip unironically enjoyed Twilight.
I mean, I enjoyed it when I was younger, but I didn't know any better about the terrible, horrifically toxic relationship.
Yeah, I think he probably acknowledges that, yeah, he's a bit of a creep. I don't really remember much about his review of Twilight, really, but I remember that he actually, like, you know, Twilight isn't as bad as people say.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to reread them all because I want to read Midnight Sun finally. So, is that George yelling at me for wanting to read Twilight or agreeing with me that I should read Twilight?
Probably yelling.
Was Midnight Sun the Edward one or the last one?
It's the Edward one. Breaking Dawn is the last one, Pete. Gee.
I don't know these things.
It is Twilight, then New Moon, then Eclipse, and then Breaking Dawn, and then Midnight Sun.
If she had ended it at Eclipse, I think I would have had a much better taste in my mouth about the entire series. Breaking Dawn was so stupid.
All of Eclipse sucked. Okay, like it's my least favorite of the movies. It's just ugh. They have like a cool possible like serial killer murder plot going on, and then they just like ruined it.
Well, I obviously read all the books, but I only watched I only watched Twilight and New Moon. I never watched the others.
Lana's gonna reread. Yes. Okay.
Whenever Greg hits 1K.
The baseball game is legitimately awesome, and the first Twilight movie has banging music. I will not like downplay that. That's how I found out about Muse. It has an awesome soundtrack. Muse and Iron Wine. So
New Moon has a good soundtrack. They have Bon Iver and St. Vincent.
Mm-hmm. You like St. Vincent? We'll talk.
I mean, I like her albums. I went to her one of her concerts. It was right after what was that album? It's the album with like Cheerleader or something on it. It's gonna bother me. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I remember the ending of Breaking Dawn being a bit contentious.
Oh, it's just really dumb. I think I ranted about it in my unpopular opinions BookTube tag.
It was the Strange Mercy album. So I went to a concert, St. Vincent's concert, when she was promoting Strange Mercy. For such a loud show, and mind you, St. Vincent is wonderful. She was very inclusive and like wonderful. But the show is so freaking boring that I actually fell asleep during the concert.
Aww.
It's the only time that's ever happened.
Loud but soothing.
Yeah.
Ding. So, honestly, if I were to rewatch the Twilight movies, I would want to do it with people in order to do this. To treat it the same way I treat horror movies, to laugh at it. Because I would love just to... hot take.
What's ready?
But it'll have to be after I read the books, probably. So we're just waiting on Greg to hit 1K. Then it's gonna... That makes... But guess what? That means you guys have to stick around.
Yep.
Leave. What?
It's never gonna happen. We'll see though.
Never gonna happen, Greg. What type of attitude is that?
I don't know.
It will at some point. I'm sure you can. Keep trucking away, and eventually 1K people will be like, I like this guy. So, do you guys? Oh my, it's gonna be a controversy. Greg is gonna hack into people's accounts to unsubscribe them so he doesn't hit 1K,
Yep.
despite the inevitability of it.
Exactly. That's the plan. Pink wine twilight watch party.
I might break the mold and go red wine because I'm not a fan of sweet wines, but sure. I'll just drink. You guys can drink pink wine and I'll drink blood wine.
Sure. It's on brand. You've shown your colors as a vampire. Team Edward over there.
So does that make me a vampire pirate? Ooh, that's nice. Because like there's the whole classic ninja versus pirates and then vampires versus werewolves. I could be a vampire pirate. That sounds like a bop. A vibe. That's the word I was looking for.
Sure. I'm a ninja werewolf.
That also sounds interesting. So, y'all wanna do another sprint? Get some reading and reorganization done?
Yes, we gotta do more.
Yep.
All right. So what time is it? It is 7, almost 7:30 exactly on my time. Do you guys want to go till 8:15? 15? Works for me.
15 is in 1-5. Sorry, not as in 5-0.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
That is what I heard. Sounds good to me. Kate, we're sprinting. All right. See you guys in a bit.
How'd everybody do? I don't know. I don't even know where I started it on this, but read 26 pages. Nice. What book are you reading, Sal, again? You probably mentioned it and I totally forgot. So, I will be finishing this tonight, for God's sakes, because I have page 185 of 229, so I will do it if it kills me. We lost Pete and Kate and Gregory, so... Oh, nice, Discovery Witches. How are you liking it? It's one of the first trilogies I read when I started getting back into reading. It was fine, I guess. Hello, Pete. Maybe not. I don't know. I guess he wants to still continue doing Tetris-y things. I don't know. Yep, he's still going to continue. He might have muted the computer. Nice. 9 pages. 9 pages is more than 0 pages, so woohoo. OTT. Does that mean over the top, or is that an acronym for something that I have no idea about?
I am back.
Nice. Yeah, I think Pete muted his computer again. So, or he's just like, screw you guys. I'm just going to ignore you guys.
He's ignoring us.
Nice. Did you take a nap? Because you looked very tired.
I should have, but I feel like I'm getting a second wind.
Nice.
I hung out, listened to an audiobook.
Nice. Nice. A Brief History of the Trans-Pacific Tunnel. I really liked that story. It was really... I liked how he did the alternate history of everything, and it wasn't as emotional as it wasn't as emotionally devastating as the Paper Menagerie, the title story, but it was very it spoke very much to me. So
interesting.
Nice.
You haven't read Grace of Kings yet, have you?
I have not.
Okay. Well, yeah. I won't say anything then.
I mean, hopefully if I can get Ship of Magic and my other reading obligations done, I'll be able to do Grace of Kings in May, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the fastest read either, because it's, I don't know, kind of like slower paced, and it's a lot of pages. So
yeah, no, everything that I've heard about it is like that it is slower paced, and with those types of books, I want to take my time with it. I don't want to rush them because it's just going to make the reading experience very poor for me.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I took my time with The Wall of Storms this month, but I loved it. So
you finished it? Nice.
Yep. Yeah, I finished it like yesterday when I got home. Pete. Time with Pete.
It's gonna be like
Hi guys.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're back.
I'm gonna have to do like, baseball hand signals of like
The other thing I could do is just like,
not mute your computer.
put an alarm on.
Indeed.
Oh,
could
snap.
do that.
Somebody said Grace of Kings. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'm just going to do that because I have to. Great. Where I have to go back to where I rem. Okay.
So, Amanda, my favorite story of that collection, even though all of them are fantastic, obviously, is Good Hunting. I would not recommend watching the animated adaptation on Netflix because it,
Nice.
spoiler alert, there is an animated penis. And it was really disturbing.
My question is there anybody that goes through animation school and thinks that they're going to be like, and this is the same with anime, because like boob physics is a thing in anime that's like people specialize in it. It's weird. But like, do you go through school thinking that's what you're going to do? That you're going to draw penises for a living?
I mean, sorry.
Some people like drawing penises.
Well, I was going to say, if we're
not
all
wrong.
being honest with ourselves, when we were in middle school, we all drew penises pretty constantly. So
That is true.
Yeah, so then it would actually be the dream to get paid to draw penises for a living.
Yep. It's like the Peter Pan never grow up, but like not
Middle
Disney
penises.
version.
we're going to make it to where Pete will never get monetized.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Penis,
What else
penis,
should we
penis.
talk about?
Vagina, vagina, vagina.
I'm pretty sure cursing and language has nothing to do with monetization, from what I've seen.
Yeah, it's definitely not cursing.
You-
They just like put you in a
You
lower
can't drop
bracket,
F-bombs,
maybe.
apparently, or the B word.
Well, frick and booty.
Those are definitely the words.
These words are accepted.
So the short story collection, Tara, is The Paper Menagerie by Ken Liu.
Well, let me see when that is supposed to drop. I mean, get delivered. Item on your wish list.
Oh, so you've still got the banner up, Pete?
Oh, thank you. Banner. Not reading
Excuse me.
comments.
I would just like you guys to see how big this bed is, and Max is just completely and utterly, I don't know. Oh, geez. Directions are hard, but yeah. So it's just,
Yeah.
look at him.
That is a big bed. That looks like a reading light for a dog, like because it's next to his bed and it's like pointed in that.
It's my shield your eyes, people, but it's my other key light.
Ah, oh, nice.
Your other key light.
I needed to like this is my work desk and my like reading streaming desk, so I needed to like clear out some space and make it less crowded.
What are you hearing, Anita? Excellent question.
You're wagging the tail. You're a good boy.
It's Max.
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
So how far did you get, Greg?
This was a very long chapter of Foundry Side, so I finished that and just hung out. Very, very intense. I'm getting somewhat Red Rising vibes. I mean, it's definitely very different, and it's definitely not like a rip-off of Red Rising, but
Definitely not.
definitely not, no. But some of the themes seem similar, I guess, and kind of like the disparity in the haves and the have-nots in the world, I guess, is where the similarities are. And like technology and stuff.
Yeah, because isn't it a very gamey magic system? Like it's coding based?
Yes, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, the magic is very cool. And yeah, it almost like defies physics, or like there's like a part where like part of a building is told to stay up, even if it's like, you know, I don't know.
I am stick.
Yeah, the stick will not break, even if it's supposed to break.
But you could be fire. But I am stick.
That's true. Yep, you can convince a stick that it's fire. Didn't the book remind you of communism? The first like spiel definitely did, a little bit, just because in terms of, and it's not even communism. It's just like it uses Marxist words in like the first epigraph, I guess, because it talks about, well, it says the commons, so. And there's yeah,
That's similar to communism,
yeah,
right?
There's basically no commons, so it's like a city that's owned by 4 people, or 4 families, I guess, and then there's like 15% of the city is owned by everyone else. So,
Okay.
So it's like the commons were so enclosed by just like a few people or families. So
I have no comments because I have not read this book. So
Neither have I. Does it talk about like holding things? Is it just like talking about the commons, or is it talking about like holding things in common? You know, go ahead.
Yeah, it's more about like, I don't really know yet. We'll see where it goes, I guess. But
Chat.
Yeah.
The plight of the common man.
Yeah.
Oh, so the commons are like that 15%.
The commons are like the land. So like, like no one, like, so like think about like, I don't know, like you know, the Dark Ages, I guess, where no one really owned the woods. I mean, like kings kind of like controlled areas and stuff, but you can like be a subsistence farmer or hunt or whatever. But then but then there was like the enclosure of the commons, and people, like there was no like free land to do that. And so that drove everyone into like cities, into slums, and they had to work in factories instead of be like subsistence farmers.
Oh, okay. I think I get it to a certain
Yes.
extent. I'll have to read it.
Yep.
How was what did you read on your sprint? Did you continue reading Burnt Sugar?
yeah, I read like 20 some odd pages. I am on page 185 of 229 pages, so I will finish this tonight. Gosh darn it.
40 more pages ish. You got this.
Were you an economics major in college, Craig?
No.
Oh, okay. That's your niche hobby interest.
Niche hobby, yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I took some econ classes, but no major, no minor.
Yeah, no, I never went past basic economics, and I would say I barely retained some. Like the stuff that I do retain is either very basic or directly related to finance, like the finance industry. And then the rest of it I just Google when I'm looking for a term. Because like the economics class I had in community college was super easy, and so I didn't retain it because I didn't have to do much.
Yeah, I don't remember too much from that either.
It's kind of the nature of some things though, because like in accounting, like I felt like a lot of the stuff that I learned on the job for at least audit was like the stuff I learned in school was like back really far in the background, and a lot of the theory that I learned in school wasn't necessarily as applicable in the real world. I had to actually like learn how everything worked all over again, despite having learned a bunch of stuff in school. Build and build and build. Because I guess it's just hard to audit specifically is something it's really hard to teach in school, other than, hey, this is how you sample things, which is super boring.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that I always find interesting / funny / what the hell is how. So we obviously, the company that I work for gets audited, and specifically in IT, which is where I work, we get audited. And we have all these people, these auditors that are all finance majors. And I'm like, how do you go from being a finance major to auditing IT stuff? Like, I still don't understand, like, how that correlation.
So overall with the audit, the IT is becoming a bigger and bigger part of the audit over time, simply because the thing that audits provide is assurance. Like assurance that everything is reasonably correct. There is very, very little chance of there actually being a error or fraud that would be big enough to freak people out.
Or a breach.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, over the years, IT has become more and more important. Like part of the CPA, there are 4 sections in the CPA. There's tax, there's audit, and there's general accounting principles, and then there's miscellaneous. And the IT section is in the miscellaneous section, and it's gotten bigger and bigger over the last few years as they have edited the test. And I could see the IT section being its own section, like a 5th section, pretty soon, because it's just it's a large part of how companies work. And
everything is technology based, digital based. That's how all of our money is transferred everywhere. And
yeah. So that's kind of where it connects, is like, hey, you have to make sure the accounting systems haven't been tampered with and stuff like that. And then that flows into just making sure the general systems aren't tampered with, or it's like training to review processes and stuff. And every company's process is different. Especially, there are some specific processes, like I can't remember what the most basic one was, but there's one specific process that is pretty similar. I think it was purchasing goods. That one is pretty similar throughout companies, relatively. But like the rest of them, like receiving revenue and some other stuff, that just like they get wildly different depending on what company you're dealing with. So the controls, the things that make sure that all the numbers are correct, the things that make sure that nobody's like dipping their hand in the pot, making sure that nobody's accidentally miscalculating something somewhere. Those controls are completely different for every process almost. So you almost have to. Sometimes it's easy. Sometimes it's interesting to build a process up from scratch based on one or two interesting things that you know about the company, or knowing what their points are that they need to make, and seeing if the controls that they have in place actually like cover the specific things they need. But like, anyways, I don't know where I was going with this. I just started talking. IT is a big part of it, just because IT is the backbone of a lot of companies now. So like, if you're in accounting and you're not touching the backbone, how can you give assurance for like the numbers that are coming out the front end?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, and
yeah, Bridge has been, I almost said Bridge gapped, but like Bridge
anti-gapped.
Yes, Bridge over gap.
And
no gap, no more gap.
You're making so many puns that you don't know, because there's actually a really common acronym in accounting that is GAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. So you are a lot funnier than you think. The other thing with the whole finance majors making it into auditing. So, hi, Mom.
Well, I mean, it also is kind of not really a pun, but at least in IT, we do a lot of like gap analysis and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I mean, I'm sure it's not just IT, but especially where I work, there's a lot of gap analysis because I work in risk. So,
yes,
yeah,
all the fun risk stuff. Yeah, isn't it fun trying to figure out if you can take over other countries or not?
Mhm.
Yes,
Great game. Great game.
absolutely. There's no accounting for taste.
Hey.
The other thing with the interesting thing to me, the distribution, the reason you have finance majors getting into audit when historically it's an audit, like you want to be an accountant to learn all that stuff. Like these finance majors have maybe had the basics accounting, but they don't have like the big stuff that maybe a few years in you're going to need. Like you can't get past manager without having a CPA type of deal. Like you can't get 5 years in without having. Oh my Lord. So this is probably internal audit, I'm assuming, because there's internal and external, because there's like, but all that. I've been doing the Tetris mom. It's a continuous thing. I'm not done with it if that's what you're asking.
Hi, Pete's mom. How do you
So
pronounce it? Is it Wager?
Wagger.
Wagger. Okay.
And you can see why I changed it, because people have a hard time spelling it and pronouncing it and all that jazz. So if I say it, people don't think it's spelled that way. Anyways, sidetrack. So the reason there's more finance hires in an accounting job is because the distribution of people getting their CPAs is like the number of people getting their CPAs has been kind of decreasing a little bit.
Yeah.
And the distribution of people, about like 60% of the profession is over 40, or it's over 30. No, it's over 40, because in the next 15 years, 75% of CPAs are going to be up for retirement.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, so they're desperate to get people.
I think Kate's trying to tell us to let her back in.
No, she's
not back yet. I don't think.
She's still she's waving, I think, to my mother.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming, because her camera's not on. But yeah, they're desperate. And then no, I don't know.
Hey, my company has been trying to create these robotics processes called workers to basically do AI computing for our IT, which is it's great.
So essentially, in order to get AI to replace all auditors, you have to actually replace the people in those jobs as well, because AI can't completely account for judgment, which is actually a huge part of the job, which is just being like, okay, is this reasonable within certain bounds and stuff like that. And it doesn't sound like it can be easily, it sounds like it can be easily replaced, but it can't, because there's a lot of just tiny little decisions that you make on a day-to-day basis within an audit that an AI wouldn't be able to replicate.
Yep.
Because they just can't. Like there's probably large parts of a basic person, like a basic job, a basic account, what's it called? A new accountant's, a new auditor's job. There's parts of that could definitely be automated. And I think you could probably see the big four might move towards that. But at the same time, the parts that are more easily automated help those new auditors get acquainted with the job and get acquainted with the companies that they're auditing, that give them the experience that they're a need to in order to become managers and senior auditors.
Yeah. That
throwing them into the senior auditor position would like just cause more, like way more stress than there already is, because there's such a lack, there would be such a lack of understanding about what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
So I heartily disagree that this will happen for so many different reasons. But yeah.
AI doesn't have people skills.
It does not. But then again, the people skills are usually have the partners. I have not. I haven't heard of this. Is this who's this by?
Probably Elon Musk or something. I don't know.
Please no.
No, that sounds like a facetious title. That's like The Best and the Brightest was a book about Harvard grads who like orchestrated the Vietnam War and that was
What?
a very facetious title.
It's kind of wild.
Yep. I'll look it up. We'll see. Oh, it's a
Oh, this actually sounds kind of funny. It's a dramatization of Enron. So, how familiar are you guys with Enron?
Not very.
Okay, I wouldn't expect you to. I didn't know about it until I went to school. So,
I mean, the only reason the only bit that I know about it is that it there's like embezzlement or whatever, and basically
well,
because of Enron, we have the Sarbanes-Oxley.
yes, you know more than the average person.
So
So
what I do is I deal with SOX controls and compliance and all that shenanigans.
yes, I completely understand. It's a lot of shenanigans that are needed because people suck. So essentially, Enron was this company that decided to. It was Enron, and then there are auditors, Arthur Andersen, and having spoken to one of my professors actually used to work at Arthur Andersen in the Chicago office, and she was like, "Yeah, it wasn't the entire company; it was just that rogue office in Texas," which is like, oh, that makes sense.
Of course.
Of course. But so they were engaging in some shady accounting practices. In essence, they were classifying things as they shouldn't be classified. And their balance sheet was misstated by billions. And it wasn't even, I think there was probably some embezzling, but the big part was the fact that their balance sheet was just air. Like it didn't exist. More than things don't exist already in some accounting things. The whole concept of goodwill is still kind of wild to me. And it's not what you think it is. It's kind of weird. But if it's a dramatization of Enron, that would be highly, highly interesting. So it's smartest guys in the room.
Yeah, I'm reading the Enron Scandal now.
Yeah, it's an Enron thing. It's a 2005 documentary film based on the 2000 book of the same name. Okay. Amazing and scandalous fall of Enron. Written by the guy who, in 2001, before, they did. So this book that Master Sal is talking about, Mom, is actually based on the book that the film is based on the book that Master Sal mentioned. So, but they also, and then of course there's the 2008. I can't remember what was the movie that was based on the 2008 stuff. Yeesh, that's kind of annoying a little bit. I don't know, but like, I don't know. I think it's highly likely we're could head into a recession, and it would be good for job openings to a certain extent. The Big Short, yes, thank you, Mother.
I was trying to think of it's the Adam McKay film.
Yeah, it was really interesting. It's one of the ones I watched before I went to college, and I want to watch after having gone to college and make sure and be like, do I still understand this? Do I understand this more? And then do some more research into it. Just because there's a lot of claims, or there have been a lot of claims of a housing bubble, but I'm not sure. I think it's going to recede, and the bubble's going to shrink in the next few years, but that's a personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have opinions on the housing bubble other than rent is too high, but
Yeah. Rent's ridiculous. Which is just, then the interesting question is like, how do you...
I was going to say, it's not just rent, it's who's it? Jimmy Nuts, like he's been looking for a house in like even if he offered 100,000 or something, like something ridiculous over the asking price, and somebody else swooped in and gave them the exact same amount that he was offering, but they offered cash, and it's like no one can find a house because the housing market is ridiculous. It's a seller's market.
Yeah, and that's what I think that part of the increase in mortgage rates is going to not exactly flip that, but at least slow it down to a certain extent, and make people, theoretically, it would make people less inclined to look for houses because the interest rates are going up. And we also might see more people just selling things in the future, hopefully. But that's... I can't remember why that was the thing that I thought. Casino I worked for in California embezzled from the casino. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's. Casinos tend to be big targets for embezzlement. Just from a big target on my back kind of way. No, I don't remember 2006 Mother. I was like 10. I do remember moving in 2008 though, right before the crash. So right before,
I remember we moved in like 2004 when I was growing up.
Because the crash happened
2008.
Yeah, 2008.
When in 2008 did it happen though? Was it in the early part or so the later parts?
I
remember we moved in October of 2008 and we found a property, and like the property we found was in July or August.
I think it was like later in 2008. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think we got the property we got like right before the crash. She's saying that there's a lot of similarities between 2006 and 2008. Or 2006. Oh, yeah, here it is. We moved days before it happened.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yep, okay.
Late fall. There you go.
Yep.
Fall, yep.
Literally days, which is kind of wild.
I do remember 2006 though, because that was the year that I graduated high school.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, because I would think the insurance plays a play in that to a certain extent. That and just people not wanting to rent because housing security of like, oh, is this going to be within the path of the fire soon? Which is, I don't know. Yeah, no, I've seen videos online of people like just being forced out and all that jazz, and it's kind of terrifying. It's wild.
I mean, I'll tell you about the stuff that went on off of this stream because I don't feel comfortable talking about it on the internet for people to see. But I'll like message you about it of like my experience with, not with the recession, but like just pink slips and stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I'm sorry. There's a reason I don't talk about my age that much, because I feel like there's a lot of people, because I don't want to make people feel old. I'd rather just make us feel like people all around here. So rather than people being like, yeah. Acknowledgement.
We are all old.
I'm old, Father William. I am old. How did that go? Where's Alice in Wonderland? Around here.
Great. Pete, how much longer for your Tetris tower?
Maybe another sprint or two. I don't know.
Okay. I could potentially make it through another sprint.
Okay, cool.
But I'm fading fast, buddy.
That's fine.
One more.
It's partially to blame for alcohol, but you know.
That's fine. I mean, I do that sometimes, but like only when I'm trying not to get them dirty. I'll actually do it as a fashion statement.
That's the thing, because like the bottom of my trashers like roll up automatically, like just like a little bit, but like not like purposely rolling them up or whatever.
Ah. So all the wrenches went away. All right, so sprint time.
Sprint time.
Let's do that.
You want to go to 30?
That works for me.
Slightly
Sounds good.
shorter one. And hopefully, maybe Kate's back by then.
Possibly.
Yeah, probably by then.
Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, dear God, sorry.
Oh no. All right. Talk to you guys in a bit. Oh no, Greg is gone. Hello, everybody. Greg probably said something. I bet Greg said something. Oh, that was TV. Hello. How is everybody doing? How is the sprint? I'm guessing, yep, it's 30. It's the right time. There we go. I am almost done. I mean, it doesn't look like it from the amount of books that are on my bed still, but I am almost done, roughly. And I made gaps as well by Did you just watch me do the thing like the sprint? I don't know. Yay! Good job, Anitha. Finishing editing is great. Anitha, this is me. I'm always disappointed in myself because I upload the night before, and half the time the HD and 4K versions of the videos that I post are not done processing by the time I actually post it in the morning that I schedule it for. My normal thing that I do is I finish the editing the night before, and then I usually get up around 8 or 9 before I post it at 10, if I posted at 10, and do the thumbnail. And what's been frustrating recently is I have Photoshop, and the newest version of Photoshop just wasn't working with my computer. Like, it was using too much RAM, so I had to go back. Now it works now. You jumped on a trampoline and thought about reading. That seems about right. That works. That works.
Thinking about reading is almost the same as reading.
Yeah, it's like creating a story in your head, right? That's what reading really is. So it's like the core of reading. Nice.
Exactly. Did Evie leave?
Evie did leave. She was getting tired, and then her husband turned on a game in the next room, so concentration was not there.
Well, that's fine.
What did you do, Greg?
Not much, just more reading.
How far did you get?
Where am I? I think I'm like chapter 12.
Nice.
So yeah, we're cruising. Yeah, it's going well, I think. I will say it's not like really like communist or whatever. I just got vibes early on, and then there's just like, you know, if Master Sal is still here.
He's not. The Master Sal isn't back yet.
Okay.
I don't actually know if Master Sal is a guy or a girl.
She's a she.
Okay. Cool. I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Considering her photo is of the Queen.
Yes. The Queen, yes. God save the Queen.
God save the Queen.
I'm going to my bed to read because it's more comfortable.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I need to finish up my laundry. That's like in the process right now. If you see me go away from the camera, that's one of the things that I'm doing away from the cameras besides taking care of the dog.
Yes. Yeah, I've got to do laundry tomorrow probably.
Yeah, no, I have no time tomorrow. I have to be at the church at like 6 to set up for a car show that's going to be there. It's going to be 6 to 4, which is going to be,
oh boy,
quite the time.
That is a long day.
It is going to be a very long day. I am hoping that I will have time where I am just sitting around that I can read. But we'll see.
Yeah. How big is the Tetris?
The Tetris is... I mostly worked on the other side, I think. But it's almost there.
Large.
Yeah, a lot of the progress that I made, I can't really see because it's on that side. But it's there. And then I took out some of my TBR, so now that there's random holes like here and here and here. And I think I put some of the TBR books that I'm working on a little bit too close together because like right here, Like there's like one line of books right here that's supporting this right here, and I'm kind of like, let's get this book read as soon as possible. Yeah, we do a lot of things for like fundraising. This in particular, like, so we did like an Easter extravaganza the day before Easter, which was really fun. We just had a bunch of games out for the kids, and then we had a helicopter drop eggs, which was really cool. And
a helicopter.
Yes, we got a helicopter. They didn't drop all the eggs, but it was pretty big. Like we got 10,000 eggs total.
Oh wow.
I can't remember the numbers. I think we got rid of all except maybe like 100 or so.
Mm-hmm.
So that was interesting. But yeah, we've done this before for fundraising because we have kids that go off to we have a church camp that we go to with like a bunch of other churches from up and down the East Coast, which is awesome. Just because they get to socialize with people outside of just our church.
Yeah, definitely.
Have similar beliefs. And then our children's pastor runs a day camp during the summer as well for like a week or so. Mm-hmm. So that used to be and that's for the younger kids. We used to take them off to camp, but then the camp that we went to when I was younger, I think they either shut down or something changed with them that we couldn't go anymore. And then last time we tried doing camp, they went to West Virginia, which is like a while, especially when you have kids that are as young as like, I think the youngest we take is 8. Mm. So even that young, it's kind of just like, oh wow, it's kind of far to take younger kids versus like the older kids for the youth camp. We take them like only like 4 hours away. Mm-hmm. So
yeah.
So now we do day camp, which is a lot easier, and there's higher attendance because I think more people are willing to let their kids be away for the day versus being away for an entire week all the way in West Virginia.
Yeah. I never did like the week away camp. I always only did day camp. It was definitely easier. Well, maybe it was, I don't know. My mom would have been too concerned maybe if I was gone for a full week, especially at 8, but even at like 10 or whatever, 10 or 11.
See, I was super excited to get away. I thought it was all fun. I don't think I ever had an issue with homesickness, but that's like just me being in a new and exciting environment and just living where I'm at.
Yeah.
So I was fine at 8, 9, 10, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would have been fine too going away, but yeah, soccer camp was all day camp, and that was where I went. That was the best camp.
If I'd been in public school, I probably would have been one of the kids that did. I don't know. I think I would have done drama. I think that would have been fun. Done Shakespeare plays in high school and stuff.
Yeah, that would have been cool. I never did the plays, but it always seemed like they had fun.
This was, I can understand. My best friend, who happens to be our children's pastor now, his dad was our children's pastor, and his mom and dad always came with us, and so like he's the youth pastor now, and then my best friend is the children's pastor, which is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I can understand that because he was basically my second father. Yeah, they're great. So they were great. Now I work with them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if I worked, well, like I didn't really go to church growing up, but I feel like you're in a position like I would be if I went to work as like a high school teacher in my hometown and just like knowing everyone, and it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, essentially, it's probably the same vibe. Just because like I know all the kids, or I've known the kids since they were younger, and then a lot of the older generation, I know them. At the same time, like I also have an issue like remembering all their names because like even when I was younger, I wasn't big on names, and I didn't know everybody in our church, even though everybody knew me because I was just one of the kids that helped out a lot. And like my parents and I were like very active in the church. So people know me, but I don't necessarily know their names and faces, or names and faces match together. So it's a little bit of a struggle that I'm working on, but it's a good thing to grow into.
Yeah, I would struggle with that. I don't even remember all the names of the characters in the books.
No. If I do a review more than like 2 to 4 weeks after I like read the book, I either have to look at the character names again, or I just never mention character names.
Yes. Yeah. I always have to find like a character list online.
Yeah. Basically, unless it's something like the Long Price Quartet, where it's just like, wait, who are all these characters? Is there a character list online? Nope.
Oh no. Yeah. Some of like the like anything that's like self-published or whatever, you don't have that luxury.
Nope. Self-published, a little bit older, a little bit less popular. Yeah, I understand. Some self-publishing authors do that, where they put a character list online.
That is
like
cool.
if I did self-publishing, I think that would probably be something I would do.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yes, because there are. I agree with this because sometimes there are churches that are just, what you doing? Yeah, I've coming across like I've had friends that when they were when they were basically searching for a church, but the term is like church hopping. Like when I was up in DC, I church hopped a little bit just while I was trying to find a church, and then I've had friends that were doing that as well with some other churches, and they found some things that was just like, what? Like one of the girls I was dating in college, she and a friend went to a random church, and this friend happened to have was a dude that had some piercings and had like some spiked hair or something like that. He was doing something fancy with his hair. And he walks into this church, and a person comes up to him and says, "Hey, God told me that you have issues with your parents." And and they made a few assumptions about him, and that none of them were true. So that's like the first thing of just like, no, God didn't tell you this. You're basically stereotyping. And you would be an excellent candidate for our program, where you come live with us in this church apartment building and we get closer to God. And that sounds kind of culty, to be completely honest.
Yeah, a bit forward, certainly, if not culty.
Bit isolationist.
Yeah.
And then
it could be a cult. Did they have like the thin hood that like is like an oval? Like,
no. This was funny. I don't remember what the church name was, thankfully. But yeah. I mean, that works too. Like as long as you make it simple, make it safe.
Yep.
I think this is the same church too, but there was another person that she actually knew that went to the church that somehow got into this program where they were staying at the apartments. And one of their family members, I think it was their mother, was sick in the hospital, and they wouldn't let them go see him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, it's
I thought I was just like, oh, we like have like a rent control thing that, like it's just like a normal apartment. I didn't know it was like a you must come here and can't leave. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of wild. It's they do exist. I will say that they are few and far between that are this extreme,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but it's definitely a thing to look out for. Bye, K Fox.
Bye.
Have fun in your crypt. Thanks for coming. Okay.
That's spelled prison, yes. Oh, man.
Basically, that's what they're doing, and it's you want to give them the benefit of the doubt sometimes, just though they have good intentions, but like,
Yeah.
I don't think people don't have the ability to take a step back and look at what their actions are doing sometimes, and they're like, wait, it's like think about the people involved. And
Yeah. Yeah, that well, maybe that's where like some of their judginess comes from if they're like they have to like prejudge someone with like weird hair or like piercings or whatever and be like, oh, that means that they need our help, so it like kind of pre-justifies anything that they do to them.
yeah, and I think that's just natural prejudices applied to their faith more than anything, because like I am of the opinion that everybody is naturally, like, to a certain extent, some level of judgy. Like, it's not something that's specific. Like the Christian stereotype of being judgy, like that's not. I don't find that to be true. I see that in a generation, sure, in a specific generation, as a generational. Oh, these people aren't like the way we were, and they should be.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't necessarily see it as a specific religious thing. I see it as everybody is judgy, because I've met people that are not Christian that are just as judgy as people that are Christian. But like, it's definitely a tool in which your judgments can be a lot more vocal.
Yeah. And there can be like a camaraderie-ness to the judginess. Like if someone's like preaching the judginess, it's like, oh, we're all judging together.
Wait, don't you mean social media?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it can be like it definitely happens more online now in terms of just communities getting fragmented and stuff.
Yeah, it's the easy emergence of the echo chamber, just because like social media enables us to isolate ourselves from outside opinions pretty easily.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. Yep. Yeah, it shows us what we want to see.
Yeah, I can understand some of the arguments that they make. Like, okay, if you're going to a church that is more on the lines of sexual purity and it's like, hey, you shouldn't be reading smut. Like, I can understand that to a certain extent. But like when a church tells me I shouldn't be reading fantasy because it's all about demons, well, that's, in my opinion, there's a certain split. Like, okay, dragons are not demonic, they're fantasy. Like there's a split between the real and the not real. So if you consider demons real, and that's a definition that you have, how are you going to point at something unreal and call it demonic when you're basically just comparing demons to like an unreal thing? You're conflating the two definitions. And that's how I hold it in my mind, because like me personally, I do believe that demonic forces exist because of just how my beliefs are. I have a really well-defined split between the real and the unreal. And there are books that are hard for me to read sometimes because it starts blending that line a little bit. And I'm like, this kind of sounds what I think is real. So I'm just, this is twinging me weird spiritually, so I'm going to kind of stay away from this because this seems kind of like a bad thing for me to read. But that's also a personal judgment.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of the Bible that talks about, in Romans, that talks about basically not judging people and not causing people to stumble that have weak faith. So if somebody can only drink, if somebody, in the specific example was like eating meat from idols, Paul was like, hey, you know, it's not technically bad, but if somebody thinks it's bad, don't go around eating meat that was given to idols in front of their face, because that will cause them to stumble in their faith. In reality, what we should be doing is, you know, helping them grow and understand what, you know, hey, that's not actually a bad thing to do. It's fine. But like, so this is an interesting thing. So she could read sci-fi, but not fantasy or magic.
Interesting.
I feel like there are more atheistic themes in sci-fi than in fantasy. So theoretically, if you're trying to ban people from reading things that will lead them away from the church, I think banning sci-fi would be more effective than banning magic and fantasy.
Yeah, I do feel like sci-fi. It's not as. It's never like explicitly anti-religious, but there's less religion in it in sci-fi stories. It seems like. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, just if you look at like Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky, like it was a very interesting story.
Yeah.
But it's literally all evolution based.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's something that comes. It's more frustrating to me when people have opinions that are based on more ignorance than on actual like thought, and that's what that actual like ban is to me is about. It's more just like the appearances that they see, rather than actually digging into it and being like, is this good? Is this bad? I as a Christian, I don't think any book should be banned. As a person, because all books can't like we have free will, right? And the core of what I believe is that God gave us a choice to love Him or not to love Him. If we as a church start banning books from people to read, and specifically banning people outside, like if the religion somehow had a outside influence and was starting to ban people from reading books, one, that's just 1984, and I'm just like, stop. 1984 and Fahrenheit.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia. I'm just like, no, you need to give people the information to make the choice.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to say that evolution is wrong, hey, let's talk about that. Let's explore that. Let's actually present the arguments one way or another and let people have that choice. So that's why I don't support banning books. And then when it comes to banning books in schools, it's just like, I think we should it's trickier because it's more about banning books for certain age groups, in my opinion, like trying to keep kids away from material that is not appropriate for their age group. And that's something that I believe is like more a parental right than a school right. So I don't know. It's something that I think that the school should decide with the input of the parents, but also people are using it to push an agenda versus actually banning things that are useful.
Yeah. There's on my way to work every day, there's like town elections, and there's so many school committee signs it's like almost every other yard has like one person or another person, and
It's wild.
it's the craziest thing I've ever seen, and I have not looked into it, but I'm sure it has like one of the people is clearly like the Trump sort of, but like on a local level, but like they're trying to use like the iconography and whatever mottos and stuff, and the other person's like more, well, he's not like tying himself to any national political candidate that I see, but they've clearly both spent like a ton of money, and they're
Just for the school committee part.
yeah,
That's wild.
and yeah, so they might be trying to like do the book bannings to some extent or another, and yeah, there's definitely like things that, you know, like whatever things that should come up at a certain age or whatever, but yeah, people are like using this to like, I don't know, like that, like there's definitely some parents who are getting like way too involved in like very specific things that have that they just like don't want their kids to learn about like certain things ever, it seems like.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so I agree and disagree. Like I agree and I disagree. I think everybody has their own walk. Everyone has their own, like, yeah. Like, everybody's different, and that could be due to a multitude of different things. Like everybody's walk is different. So.
Yeah. I feel like they could affect spirituality in some way, I guess. I don't know. I'm not too spiritual, so I never think about it on that level too much.
Yeah, it really depends on like how sensitive you are on a spiritual level.
Yeah.
How just like it's weird because it's not something people like think about, and even I don't know how to describe it. Just sometimes I just get this like gut check, and like it's interesting, but it's like not something that's easy to describe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also ends up being a lot more subtle because like I can look back on things and be like, yeah, if I had not like if I'm consuming a certain type of media that I know affects me spiritually, and I just ignore the gut check, and I'm just like, no, I'm not. I'm whatever. It could affect a lot of different things, whether it's like my mood or whatever, or other things. Yep. Mm-hmm. When you say multiple Bibles, do you mean multiple translation of the Bible, or do you mean like multiple religious texts? Because either way, like yes, there's a faction in Christianity that are the King James version only, and this King James version is, in my opinion, out of date because our understanding of the languages that are used in the text we have for the Bible has greatly improved since then. Okay. But yeah, and so like there's so many other different translations that are better, and then this is a great thing because you know at least you can get the foundational things for a lot of things. I had a history teacher in community college who was obviously anti-Christian with the way she talked about Christians, and I didn't mind it. Like she never like came out and was just like all Christians are bad, but she wasn't Muslim. She really liked Muslims. Based on what she taught us through the text, through the history text, And I was grateful for that class because she taught a lot about like the 6 pillars of Islam and some other stuff. And we had a whole like 2 weeks that we went really in depth onto Islam, which was really nice because it gave me a deeper understanding for that. Oh, my roommate's home.
Nice. Yeah, it's always it is interesting to learn about like the differences and stuff, or like the different belief systems and stuff. Yeah, I've never had like the patience to like, you know, actually study it though. Or study like any religion really.
Yeah. Sometimes like I know there's a lot of nuance with like Islam that I missed with what I read, with what I studied. I know that like just only briefly studying any religion, you're probably gonna miss a lot of nuance, especially when you go after like, if you ever like go after like, hey, what are the negatives to this religion, or what do some people think that is bad about this religion? When it's kind of just like, well, they're gonna take not only extreme viewpoints like that only some believe and put them on the most of people, but they're also like, one thing that I've seen, no, it's not a burglar. He wouldn't have stopped barking, more than likely. And also, the burglar wouldn't be feeding him right now.
You never know.
Yeah, that's useful within the Bible. I think most Bibles have that. It's great. Where was I going? Nuance?
Yeah, nuance with religions, yeah.
There tends to be a lot of nuance, and it's interesting because, like, I think from the outside, a lot of it can seem. Yeah, there's at least a little bit of cultural connotation as well that's all carried over in at least in most translations. There's at least a little bit of, just because they almost have to. It's impossible not to carry over some cultural context from our own, even though they try to only carry over the context of back in the day. But a lot of the context that I think is in the King James, or at least there's some context in the King James that was missed from the context of historical times, back when Jesus was walking the earth, and then before then, simply because of a misunderstanding, because we didn't fully understand the language to the extent that we do today. It's like that whole, we continue to unearth new texts. Like there's this, it's really funny because there were a bunch of words that they deciphered from context clues that at the time of translation of the King James, there were no other texts outside of the Bible that actually used these words. Mm. And so they called this the Holy Spirit language of Greek that Paul had just created. And then since then, we've actually found many other texts that use these words that Paul used. And we uncovered more meaning to these things. And then I will say these history specials are always super biased against Christianity. I just have to say that because they are. Sometimes they're kind of frustrating to watch because they sometimes deliberately skew the facts. Like if you watch a history special about the lost books of the Bible, none of them are lost and none of them were ever considered canon despite whatever they say. So they make a mountain out of a molehill in a lot of their, these things that Christians forgot or whatever. Yeah, I have some issues with some of the History Channel stuff that they do. But
yeah, it's interesting that they thought the words that they the Greek words that they didn't see anywhere else were holy words or whatever. Because on one level, I can think about like, what if someone found like, one one like speech from our time 2,000 years from now and didn't have like anything else, and like there was all these slang terms used, and it's like, why are things lit? What does this mean?
What is yeet?
What is yeet? Exactly. What is yeet? So
Amanda's back.
it's funny to like think of future people trying to explain it with yeet is of the gods.
Yeah, the thing my mom says all the time is that when archaeologists dig up our civilization, they're going to think we all worshipped a mouse.
Maybe
because it's basically like Mecca. You have to take at least one journey there, at least once in your lifetime, all that jazz.
Yeah.
Exactly. What happens when all the EMPs wipe out all the electronic data?
Exactly. Yeah. There's definitely some like post-apocalyptic books like that, which is funny.
And then like you think about like what are they going to be confused about? So the whole like I think it's a dodecahedron. It should be like it's either a 10 or a 20-sided die. I think it's actually a 20-sided die. It's a shape, and it looks like a 20-sided die, but with balls at each of the points. And this was in Roman culture, and we still don't know what it was for. It was all throughout Roman culture, just used as either decorative pieces or whatever. We don't know. We don't know what its significance was. We just know that it existed.
Maybe it was for D&D.
Maybe. And the third shaker. Oh my gosh, this is like my favorite thing. So you know how we have salt and pepper shakers?
Yeah.
Older cultures had a third shaker that we don't know what it was for.
Turmeric, maybe. I have no idea. Probably not.
I don't remember if that's one of the theories, but the prevalent theory that I've heard about is nutmeg.
Nutmeg? Yeah, could be that.
So they're basically people that I think it's high functioning autistics, like really, really anal people that need to complain about things in writing, or people that need to write everything down. They are a third shaker. Chicken salt. What do they make salt out of chicken? What? People that write everything down compulsively are an archaeologist's dream. So all those journals that you wrote down as an emo kid in your middle school years, those will be valuable to an archaeologist.
Yeah.
Because the thing that gets lost over time is the day-to-day life. Yeah. Like the things we assume that everybody knows. Those are the things that get lost the easiest.
Yeah. I remember in like first or second grade or something, we read from like a diary of like a Puritan.
So weird.
Who first came over. So it was interesting. Also interesting. How do we like salt was kind of a commodity then? How do we know that the first two shakers were salt and pepper?
I don't know. I do know that shakers were something that was like a rich people thing.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, because a lot of spices actually that was like a big trading chip.
Yeah, there's the classic joke of the English. They sailed the world and conquered it looking for spices and decided to use none of them.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's history.
Yeah. Yeah, history is absolutely fascinating. I had another thought. Oh, the translation thing with the Holy Spirit words. That was also like a rich person thing. Was a lot of the texts at that time that we had found were, I believe, don't quote me on this, I believe that they were mainly upper class. And what Paul was speaking was very common, lower class level of Greek. So once we, you're not wrong. Once we started discovering more lower class writings, which were harder to preserve because less prevalent, less permanent materials, we started discovering more context to these words that we hadn't seen before, other than the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, because a lot of the, I can't even remember, but a lot of the texts we had were like plays and stuff, and they might have used different language for those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Than just like everyday talking. Although I guess we had like Aristotle too. I actually don't know anything about like when certain things were and were not found. You probably know way more about that.
I know a little bit. I know that the Bible is like the most prevalent writing that we have. Like we have thousands upon thousands of copies and snippets of it. But like there's some things like Herodotus, like we have very few, I don't remember the numbers, but we have very few writings comparatively of other major texts, which is just interesting because actually it shows like the trail. Like we don't have originals because that's basically impossible. Like we're pretty sure that all the actual like written on originals don't exist anymore. But we have like, I think the closest snippets we have are within less than 100 years. I think now. Versus when the King James was written, the closest we had was like 500 years. Another thing. Yeah. So that's why we have better translations, because these were copies of copies of copies of copies, and the ones we have now are copies of copies, maybe. Or maybe just first-hand copies. We don't know.
Yeah, we need they should have written it on steel. Big mistake.
Obviously, nothing changes when you write it on steel. Now everything could have been changed by ruin. Everything is a lie.
Everything is a lie.
No, it was not. That's another myth. That's a very specific, like that's a very non-specific myth. Like how would you, what do you mean lost in translation? Because we have so many different copies, and we actually have shown that the vast majority of the Bible, and I say the vast majority because there are 4,000 differences, 99 in between the copies of the Bible that we have. 99% of them are clerical errors, like somebody writing a word that is written faith in every other translation, but is written horse in one translation. And then, so this is why we have so many copies. Like this is one of the good things that we have so many written copies. So we know that a vast majority of the Bible is not lost in translation. There have been shown to be some very small additions to the Bible throughout over time, because not all the translations we have had specific pieces. None of the things that were added are actually doctrinally significant. Like they don't change what the Bible says. They just add on things that essentially say the same thing as other parts. So it was not lost in translation. That's something that is a very, I will say that is a very old argument. That is something that was held from like in the 1900s. But as scholarship has advanced, that's been shown not to be true. Because we just know so much more because of modern scholarship. And that's why that's almost why it's a good thing that we have so many translations, because everybody like tries again and is like, okay, let's like question what these things mean and go in and say, okay, this is what people think. Because like most Bible translations are translated by committee, right? Bunch of scholarships get together, like money is put together and they're like, hey, we want a new Bible translation. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. Technically unknown. So we know, and there's a lot of the Bible we don't know for certain who wrote it. So it's possible. We do know that that men wrote most of it, but we also know that like in the early church, there were like a lot of women that were involved. Specifically, the funny thing is that Jesus was essentially bankrolled by a bunch of rich women that followed him. I say bankrolled in a very often, like Mary Magdalene was one of the ones that I think was actually after her. I think she was a prostitute and then she got married. I don't know. Was it Mary Magdalene? No, there was another. There were like 6 Marys in the Gospels. It's really wild.
They weren't creative with their name choices.
Basically, yeah. Everybody was trying to be creative with the male names. But
I feel like it's the opposite right now in our society. There's
Yeah.
more like crazy women names, and like men are named like John or Matt or Pete.
Yeah, so basic.
So basic.
Versus we have 134 different spellings for Caitlin.
Exactly. So many Caitlins.
All right. So I'm going to finish up this.
Yes, you do have to be up early, and I'm also tired.
All right, so I'm going to end it up.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully it was productive.
It was very productive. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate everybody, attending and watching all the things. How many more ways can I say thank you? All right.
Yes.
Yes, that.
Say it in French.
I
don't know French.
Don't know French either. My mother would be disappointed in me, even though I never took French. Bye, everybody. Get some rest.
Bye.
Because that's important. Rest is very important.
Yes.
And have a great night. Bye. Oh, wait. I didn't hit the thing. Whoopsies.